Chapter 1709. Humanoid Illusion God, the Heavenly Cycle Tribe, and Heavenhold Tribe have arrived. The old man revealed a puzzled expression when he saw the figures that had appeared in the Tian tribe. Previously, he had mistaken Zhuowen for a humanoid illusion god. Although he had notified the upper echelons of the two tribes, he hadn't had the two tribes rush over. Moreover, even if they had rushed over, they couldn't have brought so many people with them, right? The old man glanced over and discovered that the elites of the two tribes had practically all arrived. In other words, the entire fighting strength of the two tribes had arrived. This was truly too rare. Of course, what made the old man even more puzzled was that the panic and fear in the eyes of the people of the two tribes were extremely obvious. They didn't conceal it in the slightest. The youth in the leopard print vest and the bare-chested middle-aged man hurriedly came before the old man. The middle-aged man said rather urgently, "Patriarch Miao Yi, hurry up and activate the God-sealing formation. Otherwise, we will all die here." The old man frowned slightly and asked in puzzlement, "Patriarchs Ni Yong and Kong, what's wrong with you two? Why are you so flustered? Also, why are you so anxious for me to activate the God-sealing formation?" The youth in the leopard print vest was the patriarch of the Heavenly Cycle Tribe, Ni Yong, while the bare-chested middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Heavenhold Tribe, Kong Yi. At this moment, both Ni Yong and Kong Yi were looking at the old man in astonishment. Ni Yong said, "Patriarch Miao Yi, didn't you tell us that a humanoid illusion god had appeared?" Miao Yi was taken aback. Soon after, he smiled and said, "That was a misunderstanding. The two of you didn't need to mobilize so many people." Ni Yong and Kong Yi glared at him. Ni Yong's eyes were scarlet red as he said, "What misunderstanding? Patriarch Miao Yi, our Heavenhold Tribe and Heavenhold Tribe have been completely occupied by the illusion gods. There have been countless casualties, and only these elites have managed to escape. Furthermore, the manifest gods that appeared this time weren't just one or two, but several hundred. Furthermore, within the several hundred manifest gods, there was even a humanoid manifest god. The humanoid manifest god was too terrifying. It actually led several hundred manifest gods to attack and occupy our two great tribes." Kong Yi also said solemnly, "The humanoid illusion god's intelligence is too high. The weaker clansmen of our two tribes were all slaughtered and devoured by it. Now, the humanoid illusion god is most likely planning to come to your Tian tribe for a massacre." What? Hundreds of manifest gods had appeared, and there was even a humanoid manifest god leading them. How is this possible? This is something that has never happened before. Miao Yi exclaimed in shock. Seeing Miao Yi so surprised, Ni Yong said with some displeasure, "Patriarch Miao Yi, now is not the time to be surprised. Among our three tribes, only your Tian's God-sealing formation is the strongest. Whether or not we can withstand this calamity will depend on your tribe's God-sealing formation." Miao Ye's gaze was gloomy as he lightly sighed and said, "Patriarchs, I am truly sorry. Our Tian tribe's God-sealing formation has already been destroyed and can no longer be used." Ni Yong and Kong Yi were immediately stunned. The two of them stared blankly at Miao Yi and asked in unison, "Your God-sealing formation has been destroyed?" "It was destroyed by the manifest gods. It was destroyed by me. In order to compensate you, this one will set up a defensive formation in the Tian tribe to help you resist the manifest gods." Suddenly, a somewhat gloomy voice was heard, causing Ni Yong and Kong Yi's gazes to shift slightly and fall on Zhuowen. "Who are you? You actually dare to threaten to destroy the God-sealing formation?" Ni Yong said coldly. "Arrogant fool, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Kong Yi was even more direct. As soon as Ni Yong's voice fell, she rushed in front of Zhuowen. Azure runes continuously lit up all over her body. Soon after, her fist blasted through the air and instantly landed on Zhuowen's face. Bang! Zhuowen slowly raised his right palm and lightly caught Kong Yi's fist that carried the momentum of a rainbow. Soon after, He clenched his fist and threw Kong Yi to the side like he was throwing trash, causing Kong Yi to grimace in pain and groan. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This scene caused the clansmen of the Heavenhold and Universal Sky tribes to inhale a breath of cold air. Yong's entire body trembled, and he opened his mouth but was unable to make a sound. The two of you, the God-sealing formation was indeed destroyed by this esteemed guest. His strength is extremely terrifying. Miao Yi truly didn't know how to describe Zhuowen. In the end, he could only use the words extremely terrifying to evaluate Zhuowen. Of course, Miao Yi naturally didn't forget Zhuowen's promise from before. His gaze lit up as he stared at Zhuowen and asked, "Can you really help us obstruct the manifest gods?" Zhuowen frowned and said indifferently, "I just said that I'll do my best. I've never seen this manifest gods before, so I can't jump to conclusions." As he spoke, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately summoned the 1st and 9th Yang Dao swords. At the same time, he also took out the heaven-defying saint artifacts, Long Riverblade and Violet Sword. The 1st, 9th, Long Riverblade and Violet Sword turned into 4 long rainbows that flew into the sky and stopped in the sky above the Qin tribe. On the other hand, Zhuowen took a step forward and flicked his finger. He took out a saber, a sword, a halberd, a spear, a bow, and various other saint artifacts from his ring. There were hundreds of them. Most of these saint artifacts were taken from the spirit rings of the saints he killed in the past few years. A portion of them were also taken from the Azure Dragon Hall. Of course, the grades of these saint artifacts weren't very high. Zhuowen basically didn't use them normally. However, Zhuowen cultivated the Devouring Curse restriction, which recorded a restriction formation called the 100 Saints Soldier Formation. It was quite powerful. Most importantly, the 100 Saints Soldier Formation was relatively simple to set up. It could be set up in a short amount of time. However, the 100 Saints Soldier Formation required a considerable amount of saint artifacts. Without enough saint artifacts, it would be impossible to display the might of the 100 Saints Soldier Formation. Hundreds of saint weapons flew into the air, surrounding the Qin Tian tribe. With the 1st Yangwei Sword, 9th Yangwei Sword, Long Riverblade, and Violet Sword as the core, they formed an extremely powerful formation. The people of the Qin Tian tribe looked at the several hundred saint artifacts floating in the sky and the 100 Saints Soldier Formation. They could clearly feel the terror of this formation. This was especially so for the tribesmen of the Qin Tian tribe. The 100 Saints Soldier Formation's aura was even more powerful than their God-sealing formation. After all, the raw materials of this formation were extremely rare saint artifacts. This, thank you, sir. Miao Yi bowed to Zhuowen. At this moment, he had also changed the way he addressed Zhuowen. He felt it the most. This 100 Saints Soldier Formation was much more powerful than the God-sealing formation. At this moment, Kong Yi was also barely able to get up with the help of her tribesmen. She also felt the powerful aura of the 100 Saints Soldier Formation. Her face was slightly pale. She was secretly annoyed that she had attacked this young man before. Yong also stared at Zhuowen with fear in his eyes. It was truly inconceivable that the body of this seemingly weak young man actually contained such terrifying power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several dozen li away from the Qin Tian tribe, black figures rushed over. Wherever these black figures passed, the green grass on the ground would wither. At the same time, they were accompanied by strange laughter. Within the Qin Tian tribe, Zhuowen seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the horizon before him. He coldly said, "It seems that the illusion god you speak of has already arrived." Miao Yi and the rest followed Zhuowen's gaze. Sure enough, a rather dense black cloud was rushing over from the horizon. Upon closer inspection, there were several enormous black figures within the black cloud. It's the illusion god. There really are so many illusion gods. Are they planning to destroy all 3 of our tribes? Miao Yi sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a trembling voice. The black cloud was extremely fast. In roughly 15 minutes, it had arrived above the Qin Tian tribe from several dozen li away. Zhuowen's eyes were like torches. He immediately saw that the black cloud was actually formed by squirming black beasts. At a glance, there were several hundred black beasts in the black cloud. They were of various shapes and sizes, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. At the very front of the black cloud was a black-clothed youth. He walked over step by step, his robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes were as cold as blades. The black-clothed youth before him was no different from a human. He should be the humanoid illusion god that Miao Yi had spoken of, and those black beasts should be ordinary illusion gods. Zhuowen carefully sized up the black-clothed youth. Even he was unable to distinguish the difference between this humanoid illusion god and a human cultivator. It was no wonder that Miao Yi had confused him with a humanoid illusion god. Perhaps feeling Zhuowen's gaze, the black-clothed youth tilted his head slightly and indifferently stared at Zhuowen. His gaze, which was as cold as blades, slowly narrowed as he looked at Zhuowen. In his eyes, the aura on Zhuowen's body was incompatible with the rest of the tribe. In other words, it gave him a sense of crisis. This discovery made the black-clothed youth knit his brows and reveal a displeased expression. He didn't like this sense of crisis. Qin tribe, there's no need to put up a resistance. Immediately surrender and become food for our mighty illusion god group. If you do that, perhaps I'll let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I'll torture you to death. The black-clothed youth laughed strangely. However, the black-clothed youth's response was silence. Clearly, no one had any intention of surrendering. The black-clothed youth narrowed his eyes and indifferently said, "It seems that you intend to resist stubbornly. Then don't blame me for not giving you a chance." After saying that, the black-clothed youth waved his right hand. The countless illusion gods in the black cloud behind him swooped down and pounced on the 100 Saint soldier array. Zhuowen's mouth was full of a sneer. He pointed his right hand to the sky. Immediately, the 100 Saint soldier array emitted a series of crisp and ear-splitting sounds of weapons clashing. The hundreds of Saint weapons in the 100 Saint soldier array fiercely rotated, turning into a terrifying weapon storm. The core of this weapon storm was the first Yongdao sword, the 9th Yongdao sword, the violet sword, and the long river saber. It swept out violently. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 17:10. Yellow Spring Death needles with their attacks broken. The several hundred manifest gods retreated while wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Under Zhuowen's control, the storm of weapons pursued the enemy. The humanoid illusion god coldly snorted and extended its right claw into the void. Immediately, an endless vortex surged over and turned into a huge, ferocious black claw that smashed down and slammed into the weapon storm. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions rang out continuously, and the humanoid manifest god's pupil shrank. Soon after, under the bombardment of the storm of weapons, it retreated several dozen steps. However, the storm of weapons was also defeated by the Black Claw. The strength of this humanoid manifest god is pretty good. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and gazed at the humanoid manifest god. On its shoulder, the water droplets of the yellow spring began to condense, finally turning into a yellow spring eye. Through the yellow spring eye, Zhuowen discovered that the bloody light of sin on the humanoid manifest god's body had reached a length of 300 meters. At a glance, it looked like a bloody azura bathed in blood. Not only the humanoid manifest god, but the several hundred strange beast manifest gods behind the humanoid manifest god were also extremely sinful. The bloody light on their bodies was at least 10 meters long, and the largest was close to 300 meters long. Looking at the terrifying bloody light on the manifest god's body, Zhuowen licked his lips, and his eyes suddenly revealed greed. This greed was like a hunter seeing his favorite prey. When the 100 Saint soldier array blocked the attack of the manifest gods, everyone in the Qin tribe let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, everyone looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of reverence. Everyone was very clear about how terrifying the attack of several hundred manifest gods was. If it was the Qin Tian tribe's god-sealing array, they would have to use all of their strength to barely block that attack. However, the 100 Saint Soldier array that the youth in front of them had set up so effortlessly blocked that terrifying attack. This made everyone admire Zhuowen even more. The instant everyone's gazes converged on Zhuowen, Zhuowen actually did something that everyone found unbelievable. Zhuowen leaped into the air with his right foot, directly passing through the obstruction of the 100 Saint Soldier matrix in the air. He leaped into the air in an instant and walked out of the 100 Saint Soldier matrix. Is he crazy? Why don't you stay in the 100 Saint Soldier array? Why do you insist on leaving? Ni, Yong, and Kong, he exclaimed in unison. On the other hand, Miao Ye's face was gloomy, and the entire Qin Tian tribe was in an uproar. Everyone's thoughts were similar to Ni, Yong, and Kong Yi's. Huh, you really have guts. You actually dared to come out. Since that's the case, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to beg for death. The humanoid illusion god was pleasantly surprised. The 100 Saints army array really left him distressed. He knew that even if he paid an enormous price, he still might not be able to break through. Now that the person who had set up the 100 Saint Soldier array had taken the initiative to come out, as long as this person was killed, the 100 Saint Soldier array would naturally collapse on its own. Since the humanoid illusion god could think of this, everyone in the array naturally could as well. This was also the reason why everyone's faces changed greatly when Zhuowen came out of the array. Unfortunately, everyone's dissuasion had no effect on Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was staring at the bloody light of sin on the bodies of the illusion gods through the yellow spring's eye, and the greed in his eyes became even more intense. The humanoid illusion god naturally saw the greed in Zhuowen's eyes. He frowned and coldly snorted. Death is at hand, yet you still dare to show such an expression. Devour this person. After saying that, the humanoid illusion god waved his hand at the several hundred illusion gods behind him. The several hundred illusion gods formed a black cloud and suddenly formed a black storm that swept toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen sneered again and again. The 300-meter-long lightning wings unfolded, and the two great laws of space were attached to the surface of the lightning wings, causing the lightning wings' speed to reach an unprecedented level. Rumble. In just an instant, the lightning wings unfolded, and Zhuowen disappeared from where he was as fast as lightning, dodging the attacks of the several hundred illusion gods. At the same time, Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand, took out 1,000 immortal crystals, and unleashed the immortal technique Solitary Peak. 1,000-meter-long Solitary Peak appeared in the void, and soon after, it was supported by Zhuowen's right hand and fiercely smashed down. Roar! The Solitary Peak was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted into the countless shadows. The terrifying shadows were immediately scattered by the Solitary Peak, while Zhuowen took a step and instantly swept to the side of an illusion god. This illusion god had the appearance of a tiger, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. When it saw Zhuowen rushing over, the illusion god suddenly pounced on Zhuowen, as if intending to tear Zhuowen to pieces. However, Zhuowen's gaze was cold. With a point of his right finger, 1,000 underworld water droplets wrapped around the illusion god, turned into thin needles, and entered the illusion god's body. The illusion god let out a mournful cry, and under the effect of the underworld water droplets, it turned into a dried corpse, and because of this, there were 100 more underworld water droplets. Truly sinful. There are actually 100 more underworld water droplets. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. The number of underworld water droplets produced after the death of this illusion god far exceeded that of anyone that Zhuowen had killed before. After killing this illusion god, the void around Zhuowen collapsed, and he disappeared from where he was, dodging the attacks of the illusion gods that swept over him. With Zhuowen's speed, even if these illusion gods used all their skills, it would be difficult for them to catch up to him. Therefore, among the several hundred illusion gods, Zhuowen was like a fish in water. Almost as soon as he appeared, several illusion gods fell. As the illusion gods continued to fall, the number of underworld water droplets on Zhuan's body also continued to increase. As the number of underworld water droplets continued to increase, the might of Zhuan's slaughtering underworld finger also began to skyrocket, and the speed at which he killed the illusion gods also continued to increase. At this moment, if one were to raise their head to look at the sky from the Qintian tribe, they would be able to see the corpses of the illusion gods falling from the sky and smashing onto the ground. Looking at the corpses of the illusion gods falling one after another, the people of the Qintian tribe were speechless. At this moment, they were completely shocked. One must know that there were countless illusion gods in the sky, and every one of them was an extremely terrifying existence. Every one of them was something that their three tribes had to use all their skills to barely deal with. But now, Zhuan was surrounded by several hundred manifest gods. Not only was he not injured in the slightest, he was even killing them one by one. How terrifying was that? After killing nearly 100 illusion gods, the number of underworld water droplets in Zhuan's body finally reached 10,000. At this moment, Zhuan's body was covered with underworld water droplets, which looked extremely strange. The underworld water droplets have finally reached 10,000. What kind of changes will happen to these 10,000 underworld water droplets? Zhuan's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. When the number of underworld water droplets had reached 1,000, they had condensed into a yellow spring eye. Now that it had reached 10,000, he wondered what kind of changes would occur to the underworld water droplets. The 10,000 underworld water droplets around Zhuan's body began to surge, forming small yellow whirlpools. These whirlpools continued to condense, and in the end, they turned into a long yellow needle that was several feet long. The underworld death needle can penetrate all matter. It dares to send any living being to the underworld. A subtle message was transmitted into Zhuan's mind, introducing the thin and long underworld death needle that had appeared in front of him. When he saw that the 10,000 underworld water droplets had only formed a long needle, Zhuan's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Originally, he thought that it would form something extremely powerful, but he didn't expect that it would only condense into this ordinary-looking long needle in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. While Zhuan was in a daze, the surrounding illusion gods rushed over, opening their bloody mouths as they tried to swallow Zhuan. Zhuan flicked his finger, shooting out the underworld death needle that had just condensed in his hand. The underworld death needle instantly turned into a yellow rainbow, and its speed was extremely fast. Bang, bang, bang. The yellow ray of light pierced through the illusory gods that were rushing over. Soon after, the bodies of those illusory gods collapsed and turned into dried corpses before they could even react. So fast. It's actually so powerful. Zhuan's eyes narrowed, and the disappointment in his eyes immediately disappeared, replaced by excitement. The underworld death needle was much more powerful than the underworld water droplets from before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The underworld death needle was too fast. Everywhere it passed, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. None of the illusion gods were lucky enough to escape, and they all became souls under the underworld death needle. Seeing this scene, the humanoid illusion god was both shocked and furious. He let out a loud roar and rushed over like a great rock spreading its wings. His right claw stretched out, grabbing at Zhuan. Zhuan's eyes were calm as he pointed the sword finger of his right hand. Suddenly, the underworld death needle shot out like a rainbow, heading straight for the space between the humanoid illusion god's eyebrows. The humanoid illusion god naturally felt the sharpness of the underworld death needle. He let out a low roar and pointed the sword finger of his right hand at the void. Countless black mist gushed out, transforming into a huge black stone. Ding! The underworld death needle slammed into the black stone, and its forward momentum came to a slight halt. However, the black stone didn't stop the underworld death needle for long before collapsing. The underworld death needle whistled and continued to rush towards the humanoid illusion god. The humanoid illusion god retreated step by step, and a trace of fear finally appeared in his eyes. The underworld death needle was too powerful, and the defense he had set up was simply useless. All of them had collapsed. Solitary Peak. Zhuowen's right hand pointed at the void, and the 1,000-foot-tall solitary peak swept behind the humanoid illusion god in an instant. In an instant, the humanoid illusion god was caught in a dilemma. In front of him was the underworld death needle, and behind him was the 1,000-foot-tall solitary peak. Fight! The humanoid illusion god's eyes revealed a touch of madness. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. As soon as the essence blood appeared, it began to squirm and finally turned into a several hundred feet large bloody hand. The bloody hand directly blasted towards the underworld death needle in front of him. Wherever the hand passed, a fishy smell would burst out. It was incomparably bloody. Who knew how many creatures had died under this hand? Bang! As the bloody hand blasted over, clouds of blood mist burst out. The underworld death needle was like a hot knife through butter, piercing through the bloody hand at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it had pierced through the bloody hand and drilled into the forehead of the humanoid illusion god. Pucci. Chapter 17:11. Ancestral Grounds. As soon as the humanoid illusion god died, 500 Yellow Springs water droplets flew out from its body and fused with the Yellow Springs death needles. The death of the humanoid illusion god caused the remaining illusion gods in the surroundings to feel fear. Those illusion gods rushed out one after another and began to flee. Unfortunately, how could Zhuowen let these illusion gods do as they wished? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuowen pointed at the void with his right hand, and the void laws converged on the surface of the Yellow Springs death needles. Instantly, the Yellow Springs death needles escaped into the void. They were like hunters in the dark night, killing the fleeing illusion gods one by one. After all the illusion gods were killed, the number of Yellow Springs water droplets reached 30,000, and the 30,000 Yellow Springs water droplets condensed into 3 Yellow Springs death needles. At this moment, the Qintian tribe was silent for a long time. Everyone in the tribe was staring blankly at the youth hovering in the void. The reverence that originally existed in their eyes had been completely replaced by fanaticism. There were even many tribesmen who knelt on the ground and kowtowed toward Zhuowen. The illusion gods were the calamity of their 3 great tribes, and they had been troubling their 3 great tribes for thousands of years. This time, the humanoid illusion god had led several hundred illusion gods. If it weren't for Zhuowen, their 3 great tribes would have faced the calamity of annihilation. But now, Zhuowen had saved them from the calamity of annihilation. This kindness was too great, and it was like they had given birth to a parent. How could they not kowtow and thank him? With a wave of his sleeve, Zhuowen put away the numerous saint artifacts in the 100 Saints soldier array, and then slowly landed in the Qintian tribe. As soon as he landed, everyone led by Miao Yi and Ai Yong and Kong all knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully toward Zhuowen. Among them, Miao Yi's old face was filled with excitement. He hurriedly came before Zhuowen and said, "Sir, you have eliminated the calamity of the illusion gods for our 3 great tribes. You are our great benefactor. Can you tell this little one your name?" Zhuowen stared blankly at the actions of Miao Yi and the others. He did not expect them to be so agitated. But when he thought about how extraordinary those illusion gods were, and how the strength of the tribesmen of the 3 tribes was generally lacking, killing those illusion gods was equivalent to saving the 3 tribes. It was no wonder that Miao Yi and the others were so excited. Zhuowen said calmly, "Didn't you say that if we want to leave this place, we should go to the ancestral land? Can you tell me more about the ancestral land?" Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. This place was too strange. Zhuowen was certain that this was definitely not the Central Plains. As for where exactly this place was, Zhuowen had no idea. Moreover, the reason why he was so anxious to leave was definitely related to the War of the Gods. Previously, the middle-aged man had said that the War of the Gods in the Chaos Temple would begin in about 5 years. If he missed these 5 years, wouldn't he miss the chance to save Mu Chinchue? Therefore, he absolutely could not allow such a situation to occur. Miao Ye's eyes flickered as he sighed and said, "Lord Jue, about the ancestral land, I would like to speak with you in private." As he spoke, Miao Ye made a pleased gesture towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not refuse and followed Miao Yi towards the tower of the Qin Tian tribe. What surprised Zhuowen was that every time he walked past, the surrounding tribesmen of the Qin Tian tribe would kneel on the ground and kowtow towards him. They would even recite the ancient language in a low voice, their faces filled with reverence and fanaticism. At the center of the 3 tribes was a mountain peak that pierced the clouds. At the center of the countless mountain peaks was a huge black hole. Black mist surged from the surface of the black hole. Within the black mist, scarlet eyes were revealed, as if they were the eyes of ghosts in the night. Ding, ding, ding. Crisp footsteps slowly sounded from the black hole. As the footsteps got closer and closer, the scarlet eyes slowly dimmed, as if they were afraid of the owner of the footsteps. The black mist surged, and a graceful black-robed woman walked out step by step from the black mist. Her face was covered by a black veil, and her beautiful eyes were filled with evil intent. At this moment, the black-robed woman's beautiful eyebrows were slightly knitted. She looked towards the direction of the Qin Tian tribe and said in a deep voice, "Looks like He Shi is already dead. He brought hundreds of illusion gods out, but he actually died. What a waste." However, Her Majesty said that an unknown intruder had appeared here. I'm afraid that the intruder was the one who killed He Shi. With Her Majesty's character, she should have led an army to eliminate the intruder after He Shi was killed. However, Her Majesty swallowed her anger. Just as the black-robed woman finished speaking, footsteps sounded from behind her. A black-robed man with a feminine face slowly walked over. The strange thing was that the black-robed man was actually walking like a cat. His posture was like that of a charming woman, but his face was the face of a real man. This strange behavior formed an extremely strong contrast with this man. The new queen's personality is indeed a little strange. If it was the previous queen, she would have eliminated the intruder long ago. It's a pity that the previous queen has died of old age, the feminine man said indifferently. The black-robed woman glanced at the feminine man and said coldly, "The smoke whale contains a small world, but it fell into a deep sleep 10,000 years ago because of Songjia. It is the duty of every queen to maintain the smoke whale's existence. The former queen was already very powerful. After all, she persisted for 1,000 years. The feminine man shrugged and said, "I naturally know about this. Since the former queen chose the current queen, she should have her reasons. However, I don't really like the current queen." Just as the feminine man finished speaking, a zither sound suddenly sounded. Then, a black sound wave, like ripples in the water, quickly spread and wrapped the feminine man in an instant. The feminine man's face changed slightly. He clenched his hands, and a slender black finger knife suddenly appeared in his hands. He suddenly rotated and blasted on the black sound wave. Puff! Unfortunately, the black finger knife collapsed instantly, and the feminine man's hands burst into clouds of blood mist. He screamed and flew directly to the ground not far away, twitching all over. The black-robed woman's face changed greatly. She hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. Her beautiful eyes stared at the depths of the black hole, and she hurriedly said respectfully, "Your Majesty." As soon as she said that, the black fog in the depths of the black hole began to twist and squirm. A graceful and hot figure slowly walked out of the black fog. This figure was dressed in a black veil and wore a black and white circular mask. A pair of beautiful eyes stared indifferently at the feminine man who was twitching not far away through the mask. "Your Majesty, I dare not talk nonsense anymore. Please spare my life, Your Majesty." The feminine man ignored his twitching hands and hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. His voice was trembling. "For nether emissaries, although you are humanoid illusions cultivated by the former queen, you have to remember that the former queen is already a thing of the past. I am the real queen now. If any one of you is still unconvinced, you can come and find me." The woman slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was clear like an aureole, and it was exceptionally pleasant to hear. However, her words were filled with coldness. "Yes, yes, yes. Your Majesty, I dare not do it again. I dare not do it again." The feminine man's entire body trembled as he begged for mercy. "Take him away. Don't embarrass me anymore." The queen said indifferently. The black-robed woman didn't dare to say anything. She cupped her fists and brought the feminine man away. Soon, they disappeared into the black hole. When the two of them disappeared into the black hole, the queen waved her jade-like hand, and the ink-black mist wriggled in front of her. Soon after, it transformed into an image, and this image was actually that of Zhuowen and Miao Yi, who had entered the tower of the Qintian tribe. The queen's beautiful eyes stared straight at Zhuowen, as if she was stunned. After a long while, she sighed and muttered to herself, "I really don't know if he and I are really fated. I originally thought that it would be very difficult for me to see him in this life, but he was actually able to break into this place." After saying that, the queen gave Zhuowen a deep look and then slowly entered the black hole. Inside the tower, Zhuowen and Miao Yi sat opposite each other. Miao Yi respectfully poured a cup of tea for Zhuowen. Zhuowen gently took a sip, then looked straight at Miao Yi and said, "Can you tell me about the ancestral land?" Miao Yi nodded and said in a deep voice, "The ancestral land is a place that our three tribes have guarded for generations. As for what is inside the ancestral land, this old man actually doesn't know. However, this old man once read in the ancient books of our ancestors that the ancestral land seems to be related to the so-called outside world. Originally, this old man didn't care much about the so-called outside world, but ever since there appeared in my Qintian tribe, this old man began to believe that the so-called outside world really exists. In other words, the ancestral land is actually connected to the outside world." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, but he wasn't happy. He keenly noticed that when Miao Yi mentioned the ancestral land, a hint of fear and dread flashed through his eyes. "Is there a problem with the ancestral land?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. Miao Yi sighed softly and said, "There's indeed a problem, and a big one at that. In fact, the Phantom God was born from the ancestral land. But as for why the Phantom God appeared in the ancestral land, it has always been a mystery to our three tribes. A long time ago, when the Phantom God first appeared in the ancestral land, it did cause some trouble for our tribes, but it wasn't a big problem. After all, the number of Phantom Gods was extremely small. At that time, the patriarchs of the three tribes were able to enter the ancestral land, but as time passed, the number of Phantom Gods increased and even began to threaten the three tribes. Moreover, we don't know when it started, but after the patriarchs of the three tribes entered the ancestral land, they never came out again. Moreover, this situation occurred with every patriarch. Later on, we suspected that it was the Phantom God's doing, so to this day, no one from the three tribes has entered the ancestral land. Chapter 17:12. Layer 10. Zhuowen frowned slightly. From what Miao Yi had said, the number of illusion gods in the ancestral land should be extremely high, probably far exceeding several hundred. Are there a lot of humanoid illusion gods? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Miao Yi shook his head and said, "Humanoid illusion gods are extremely rare. In so many years, this old man has only seen one twice." Zhuowen nodded. Humanoid illusion gods were too intelligent and could command other illusion gods. The threat they posed wasn't small. If that humanoid illusion god had come with thousands of illusion gods, even Zhuowen wouldn't have been able to resist them so easily. However, the question before Zhuowen was how many illusion gods were there in the ancestral land? After all, Miao Yi had never entered the ancestral land and didn't know the exact situation inside. "Take me to the ancestral land." Zhuowen decided to enter the ancestral land to investigate. Miao was shocked when he heard this. He stared at Zhuan and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, you can't enter the ancestral land so easily. The patriarchs of our three tribes are the most typical examples. The ancestral land is the nest of the illusion gods. It's very dangerous." Zhuan waved his hand and said, "If you don't dare to go, you can tell me the location of the ancestral land. I'll go take a look myself." Seeing how stubborn Zhuan was, Miao Ye's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, this old man will risk his life to accompany Sir to the ancestral land. But before that, I hope Sir can help this old man repair the God-sealing array in the tribe. If you have the prototype of the God-sealing array, it won't be difficult to repair it," Zhuan said indifferently. "Thank you, sir," Miao Yi said energetically. In the next few days, Zhuan basically stayed in the Qintian tribe to help Miao Yi repair the God-sealing array. Because Zhuan had mastered the devouring curse, his understanding of restrictions wasn't something an ordinary arcana master could compare to. So, after seeing the prototype of the God-sealing array, he quickly repaired the Qintian tribe's God-sealing array. After the God-sealing array was repaired, everyone in the Qintian tribe felt even more reverence for Zhuan. "Let's go." Zhuan glanced at Miao Yi. With a wave of his sleeve, Saint Energy swept out and swept Miao Yi up. He then turned into a long rainbow and instantly disappeared from the Qintian tribe. Under Miao Ye's guidance, the two of them quickly arrived at the mountain range in the middle of the three great tribes. After passing through one mountain after another, Zhuan finally brought Miao Yi to the center of the countless mountain peaks. There was a large flat area there, but this area was occupied by a huge black hole. Inside the black hole, there was an endless amount of fog. The moment Zhuan flew into the air, pairs of scarlet eyes opened within the churning mist, coldly staring at Zhuan. "This is the ancestral land." Miao Ye's body trembled as he felt the scarlet gazes directed at him from below. His heart was filled with fear. "Leave this place first." Zhuan nodded slightly at Miao Yi. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind brought Miao Yi away from this place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Zhuan sent Miao Yi away, the pairs of scarlet eyes in the black hole suddenly erupted with terrifying killing intent. Soon after, strange beasts rushed out of the mist with earth-shattering roars. They were densely packed and extremely terrifying. "They are all illusion gods." Zhuan's eyes narrowed. In just an instant, there were already nearly 100 illusion gods that rushed out. Moreover, Zhuan could sense that there were still many illusion gods below the black hole. The instant the illusion gods rushed out, Zhuan displayed his lightning wings. 30,000 Yellow Springs water droplets condensed into 3 Yellow Springs death needles that revolved around his body. At this moment, Zhuan didn't plan to meet these manifest gods head-on. Instead, the 300-meter-long lightning wings suddenly closed and wrapped around Zhuan, forming a round egg that was covered in lightning. Whoosh! The void and explosive steps technique lingered on the surface of the round egg. Soon after, the round egg ignored the countless illusion gods that rushed out from below and fiercely fell into the depths of the black hole, sweeping up an endless violent wind. The 3 Yellow Springs death needles were like the most loyal guards. As the lightning egg fell into the depths of the black hole, all those that dared to obstruct it were annihilated by the needles. The lightning egg's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the obstruction of the illusion gods and entered the black mist before continuing to descend. Zhuan, who was wrapped in the lightning wings, could naturally see the surroundings through them. He was surprised to find that the black hole was divided into layers. Moreover, the more layers he went down, the more illusion gods would appear. When Zhuan appeared on the 9th layer, the number of illusion gods had already reached several thousand. With so many illusion gods densely covering the 9th layer, the speed of Zhuan's descent was greatly reduced. In the corner of the 9th layer, a black-robed woman emerged from the black mist. Her pair of beautiful eyes coldly stared at the lightning egg wrapped in lightning wings. Intruder, you actually dare to trespass into the forbidden area? Your courage is too big. After the black-robed woman finished speaking, she took a step and swept into the air. With a pinch of her jade-like hand, the dozens of illusion gods in the surroundings suddenly screamed and burst into black energy, which transformed into a sharp black arrow in the black-robed woman's hand. The black-robed woman's left hand pinched, and a curved bow appeared. She knocked the black arrow and pulled it into a full moon shape. With a bang, the black arrow left the bowstring. Like a ghost in the night, it instantly swept towards the lightning egg's surface. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous sounds of collisions resounded. Shortly after, the black arrow bombarded the lightning egg's surface and erupted with monstrous lightning. The lightning egg's entire body trembled, and the speed of its descent slowed down once again. The black-robed woman coldly snorted. Unexpectedly, she instantly took out 3 arrows and knocked the bow into a full moon shape. The 3 arrows instantly swept out and landed on the lightning egg's surface. Soon after, countless lightning liquid burst out, and the lightning egg actually came to a complete stop. As soon as the lightning egg came to a stop, countless illusion gods in the surroundings madly pounced, as if they wanted to tear the lightning egg into pieces. Rumble! The lightning wings fiercely unfolded, and an endless sea of lightning spread out. The illusion gods that were pouncing in the surroundings were all sent flying by the enormous sea of lightning. However, there were even more illusion gods behind them that didn't care about their lives as they rushed towards Zhuowen, who was within the lightning wings. Buddha kowtows 9 times to the heavens, the 5th kowtow to the heavens. Zhuowen didn't hesitate to use the Buddha demon eye. Instantly, 5 indomitable Buddha phantoms appeared and bowed towards the heavens as a terrifying pressure came crushing down. The instant the pressure came into contact with the countless illusion gods that were rushing over, their bodies seemed to have been frozen in place. A chilling light flashed through Zhuowen's eyes. With a stomp of his right foot, he instantly broke away from the encirclement of the illusion gods. At the same time, he immediately noticed that at the end of the 9th floor, there stood a huge white stone door that was spotlessly white and flawless. In such a dark and gloomy 9th floor, the sudden appearance of such a spotlessly white stone door was truly out of place. The instant he saw the white stone door, Zhuowen took a step with his right foot, and like a shuttle, he instantly rushed towards the white stone door. However, the instant he was about to approach the white stone door, the black-robed woman appeared in front of Zhuowen as if she had teleported. With a stretch of her jade-like hand, the several hundred illusion gods around her instantly collapsed, turning into terrifying black flames that rushed toward Zhuowen. Sensing the terrifying black flames, Zhuowen's pupils slightly shrank. He suddenly took out the 1st Yongdao sword and 9th Yongdao sword, and like 2 blazing suns, they blocked in front of him. Bang! 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 As the black flames rushed over, they bombarded the 2 blazing suns. Soon after, a series of explosions rang out. The 2 were actually equally matched. The black-robed woman also noticed this. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the black flames in front of her. Soon after, countless black vortexes appeared on the surface of the black flames. The black vortexes contained a terrifying suction force. Under the suction force, the remaining large number of illusion gods in the surroundings actually rushed into the black flames one after another, becoming a part of the black flames. As the illusion gods continued to converge into the black flames also became more and more terrifying. In the end, they turned into an incomparably huge black flame beast. In an instant, the 2 blazing suns formed by the 1st Yongdao sword and 9th Yongdao sword were completely shattered into nothingness under the attack of the black flame beast. Zhuowen let out a muffled groan and retreated several hundred steps. He immediately pointed out the devouring curse seal in his right hand and took out the violet sword, long river blade, and spirit devouring lava river. He had set up a pentagonal formation. 5 powerful saint artifacts were placed together in a profound pattern, forming an extremely terrifying defense. It barely managed to block the black flame beast. However, Zhuan's eyes were filled with dread. He looked deeply at the white stone door behind the black-robed woman. He knew that the white stone door was probably the entrance to the 10th floor. But why was the 10th floor so different from the previous 9 floors? The other 9 floors didn't have any doors, but the 10th floor had a white stone door. Could it be that the 10th floor contained some kind of secret that couldn't be revealed to others? However, after seeing the terrifying black flame beast before him, Zhuan no longer persisted. Instead, he used the pentagram formation as a shield and suddenly retreated towards the top of the black hole. His speed was extremely fast, as if he had teleported. When Zhuan had completely retreated from the black hole, the black-robed woman stood above the black flame beast. She did not continue to pursue him. She muttered in a low voice, "I really don't know what the queen is thinking. It's such a good opportunity to kill this intruder, but she let him go just like that." The black-robed woman faintly sighed. Soon after, the black flame beast beneath her exploded, turning into illusion gods that constantly roamed the 9th floor. After escaping from the black hole, Zhuan directly rushed to the Qin Tian tribe. His face was pale. He gave Miao Yi some instructions before entering the tower to cultivate. Looks like the ancestral land is really too dangerous. Even the Lord was injured because of it. Miao Yi sighed softly. He became even more fearful of the ancestral land. Chapter 17:13. Substituting the plum for the peach. Thinking of the numerous illusion gods on the 9th floor, Zhuan felt somewhat bitter. What gave Zhua when an even bigger headache was the black-robed woman. Without a doubt, this woman was a humanoid illusion god. Moreover, this black-robed woman was even stronger than the humanoid illusion god that Zhuan had killed in the Qin Tian tribe. Most importantly, this black-robed woman could use the power of the illusion gods. The black flames that erupted from her were too terrifying, and the more illusion gods there were, the greater the might of the black flames. Within the black hole, the black-robed woman undoubtedly had the advantage. If it was a one-on-one fight, the black-robed woman really wouldn't be Zhuan's opponent. But with the terrifying number of illusion gods within the black hole, the black-robed woman firmly suppressed Zhuan. Of course, if Zhuan used the self-detonation of his soul, even if the black-robed woman had the advantage of time and place, she would still suffer grievances. However, the problem now was that there was only one primordial spirit left in Zhuan's body. Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit had already been used to deal with the man with the grimace mask. The remaining primordial spirit was Zhuan's strongest trump card. Naturally, Zhuan would not waste it here. Although there are many illusion gods within the black hole, the massacre yellow spring in her body is extremely effective against them. Moreover, due to the enormous amount of sins on the illusion gods, the massacre yellow spring will have an undeniable advantage in accumulating yellow spring water droplets. Xiaohei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Be that as it may, my personal strength is limited and the number of illusion gods in the black hole is extremely high. Moreover, there are also humanoid illusion gods commanding them. I'm afraid that my plan to capture and kill illusion gods won't be easy to carry out, Zhuan said in a deep voice. Xiaohei was silent for a moment, and then suddenly said, "The threshold for the massacre yellow spring finger is very low. If you pass the massacre yellow spring finger to the tribesmen here, and have them help you collect yellow spring water droplets to nurture the massacre yellow spring finger, you may be able to use this method to deal with the illusion gods within the black hole." Zhuan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but smile. You're absolutely right. If this method works, then the tribesmen can indeed deal with illusion gods. Moreover, they can also accumulate yellow spring water droplets. It's absolutely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, before that, I have to test whether the tribesmen here can cultivate the massacre yellow spring finger. Speaking up to here, Zhuan transmitted a message. Soon after, Miao Yi respectfully entered Zhuan's room and asked, "My lord, May I know what matter you ordered me to come here? Do you want to learn this technique? Zhuowen didn't waste any time. With a wave of his sleeve, the yellow spring death needles flew out and revolved around his body like a yellow rainbow. Miao Ye's body trembled as a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. He naturally recognized the yellow spring death needles that were lingering around Zhuowen. Back then, Zhuowen had relied on the yellow spring death needles to kill a humanoid illusion. It was extremely terrifying. This lowly one wants to learn, Miao Yi said with a trembling voice. This Zhuowen will give you and your tribe a fortune. This fortune is this technique. With this technique, your tribe will have the possibility of killing illusion gods. Do you really want to learn it? Zhuowen asked again. Yes. Miao Yi immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded and continued. How many people do you have in your tribe? Our Qin Tian tribe has a total of 800 strong men. Due to the heavy losses of the Heavenly Cycle tribe and Heavenhold tribe, there are 300 and 400 respectively. In total, there are 1,500. Miao Yi honestly replied. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out 1,500 yellow spring water droplets, fused them into a yellow ball, and handed it to Miao Yi. This technique is called the slaughtering yellow spring finger. It contains 1,500 yellow spring water droplets. These yellow spring water droplets contain the cultivation method of the slaughtering yellow spring finger. You only need to fuse one yellow spring water droplet to fully comprehend this technique. However, the power of this technique is very weak at the beginning. As the number of yellow spring water droplets increases, its power will become stronger and stronger. If you want to increase the number of yellow spring water droplets, you will have to kill illusion gods and plunder their sins to condense even more yellow spring water droplets. Speaking till here, Zhuowen took out another 100 yellow spring water droplets. Shortly after, with a point of his sword finger, the 100 yellow spring water droplets entered Zhuowen's forehead under his control. These yellow spring water droplets had been specially refined by Zhuowen. They would not absorb essence energy, but become a medium to contain the slaughtering yellow spring finger, as well as the yellow spring water droplets. With these yellow spring water droplets that had been specially refined by Zhuowen, the people in the tribe would be able to easily grasp the slaughtering yellow spring finger. Moreover, they would also have the ability to kill illusion gods and increase the number of yellow spring water droplets. Moreover, Zhuowen had another purpose in putting the yellow spring water droplets into the bodies of the people in the tribe. That was to make all of the yellow spring water droplets under his control. No matter how large the amount of yellow spring water droplets in the bodies of the people in the tribe was, even if it surpassed Zhuowen's, as long as Zhuowen willed it, these yellow spring water droplets would leave their bodies and converge into his body. It could be said that Zhuowen's method was similar to free-range breeding. He, Zhuowen, only needed to impart the refined yellow spring water droplets to the people in the tribe. Then, he did not need to care about them. In order to strengthen themselves, the people in the tribe would also hunt illusion gods. After all, now that the black hole had been stirred up by Zhuowen, illusion gods would frequently rush out and harass the Qin Tian tribe. If the Qin Tian tribe did not have the god-sealing formation, their end would have been far from good. However, this slaughtering yellow spring finger could give the tribe hope to resist the illusion gods. Miao Yi closed his eyes and silently comprehended the cultivation method of the slaughtering yellow spring finger contained within the yellow spring water droplets. Roughly half a day later, he suddenly opened his eyes and knelt on the ground in extreme excitement, bowing towards Zhuowen from afar. Miao Yi thanks her on behalf of the entire tribe for your selfless gift. After truly comprehending the cultivation method of the slaughtering yellow spring finger, Miao Yi was able to experience the power of the slaughtering yellow spring finger. He also saw the hope within the slaughtering yellow spring finger that caused him to surge with excitement. Go, pass down this slaughtering yellow spring finger. Then, in the future, your tribe will no longer fear the illusion gods. Instead, The illusion gods should fear you, Zhuowen said indifferently. Miao Yi bowed once more and slowly retreated with excitement in his heart. After Miao Yi retreated, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned a sorry figure from the Azure Dragon Hall. As soon as the figure appeared, it was lying on the ground, constantly struggling and twisting as if it was trying to break free from something. Zhuowen stared at the figure with a trace of a sigh in his eyes. This figure was none other than the man with the devil mask that Zhuowen had captured back then. At this moment, the mask on the man's face had already shattered, revealing a rather handsome and dry face. "Why is it you, Jianmu?" Zhuowen said with a light sigh. The man with the devil mask who had chased Zhuowen into an extremely sorry state and almost killed Zhuowen was none other than Jianmu, who was also a genius of the Divine Institute in the Eastern Lands. Later on, Jianmu followed the mysterious Yang Yi and left the Eastern Lands for the Central Lands. The two had been separated for more than 10 years. Meeting again this time in such a way really made Zhuowen sigh. Of course, what surprised Zhuowen even more was that Jianmu's cultivation base had advanced too quickly. It hadn't been long, but he had already reached the peak of the earthly immortal realm. This was really too terrifying. What happened to Jianmu during this period of time? From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Zhuowen quietly stared at the struggling Jianmu. He found that Jianmu's gaze was extremely cold, as if there was no emotion in his eyes, only numbness. At this moment, Jianmu was surrounded by countless runes. Even Jianmu's Dantian and nascent spirit had been sealed by Zhua Wen's devouring curse. There were no less than thousands of runes and seals. If Jianmu hadn't been seriously injured by the explosion of the earthly immortal's origin spirit, even if Zhuowen placed thousands of seals in Jianmu's origin spirit, it would probably be useless. Moreover, Zhuowen found that the origin spirit in Jianmu's body was extremely strange. The origin spirit's aura was completely different from Jianmu's. It even gave Zhuowen an extremely unfamiliar and cold feeling. At this moment, Xiaohei suddenly flashed out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and arrived in front of Jianmu. Its little claw reached into Jianmu's Dantian, and its gaze immediately became cold. As expected, no wonder Jianmu's cultivation base advanced so quickly and reached the peak of the earthly immortal realm in an instant. It turns out that someone used an insidious method on him, Xiaohei said coldly. Zhuowen frowned slightly and looked at Xiaohei with a puzzled expression. Xiaohei didn't continue to beat around the bush and said, "This origin spirit wasn't cultivated by Jianmu. Instead, someone used an extremely sinister secret technique to forcibly place the origin spirit of another person into Jianmu's Dantian. If I'm not wrong, Jianmu's cultivation base should only be at the profound sage realm at that time. The saint force in his body was completely extracted, and when the saint force in his Dantian was completely emptied, this origin spirit was placed into his Dantian. Moreover, this origin spirit has no consciousness. It should be controlled by someone." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said, "Then what about Jianmu's consciousness? I'm afraid that the real Jianmu's consciousness has already been concealed. The person who performed the technique must have taken a fancy to Jianmu's sword cultivator body, and the origin spirit in Jianmu's body is the origin spirit of another sword cultivator. It can be said that this body is a puppet. It has no consciousness and can only be controlled by others," Xiaohei said in a deep voice. Zhuowen took a deep breath, and his eyes became even more gloomy. He finally knew why Jianmu had become the masked man and was chasing after him. He also finally knew why Jianmu's cultivation base had advanced so quickly and reached the peak of the earthly immortal realm in an instant. It turned out that there was such a reason behind all of this. Who is it? Who would use such a sinister method on Jianmu? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. "I'm afraid it's the masked man who framed you. Jianmu's current state is definitely related to that person," Xiaohei said coldly. Chapter 17:14. Proof. Is there no way for Jianmu to recover? Zhuowen looked at Jianmu, who was struggling, and asked with a sigh. Xiao Hei's eyes flickered, and she said in a deep voice, "It's not that there's no way. Jianmu's dantian has been completely extracted. He should have died, but because of his strange soul, Jianmu is not dead, but he's like a living dead. Jianmu's sea of consciousness is intact, but because the soul in his dantian is too powerful, it's suppressing Jianmu's sea of consciousness, causing his sea of consciousness to be in a state of deep sleep." Zhuowen frowned slightly and said, "What you're saying is that if we can suppress the soul, then Jianmu's sea of consciousness will awaken." Xiao Hei shook her head, and she tapped Jianmu's forehead with her little claw. Soul suppression is one aspect. Another aspect is that Jianmu's sea of consciousness is actually sealed by a force. All we can do is suppress the soul in Jianmu's body. As for whether he can wake up, it's all up to him. Zhuowen nodded, made a hand seal with his right hand, and used the devouring curse seal again. He fused seals and began to seal the soul in Jianmu's dantian. It took Zhuowen 10 days to seal the soul with the devouring curse seal. During these 10 days, Zhuowen formed 100,000 seals to completely seal the soul in Jianmu's dantian, and also completely isolated the soul's influence on Jianmu's sea of consciousness. 10 days later, Zhuowen's face was pale as he lightly wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at Jianmu before him and said in a deep voice, "Jianmu, whether you can awaken or not will depend on yourself." With that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took Jianmu into the Azure Dragon Hall, and let Long Tian in the Azure Dragon Hall take good care of Jianmu. Long Tian's cultivation base had made great progress, and he had now reached the Yin Sky Saint stage. When Zhuowen absorbed the immortal qi, he also deliberately led a part of the immortal qi into the Azure Dragon Hall for Long Tian to absorb. This was also the reason why Long Tian's cultivation base had improved so quickly. Back then, Jianmu followed Yang Yi into Central Region, and Jianmu became a puppet-like existence. What about Yang Yi? What happened to him? Zhuowen couldn't help thinking of Yang Yi's figure. There was no doubt that Yang Yi was very mysterious, and of course, very powerful. Even now, when Zhuowen thought about it, the strength that Yang Yi had displayed back then was still shocking. Given Zhuowen's current strength, he knew that Yang Yi's strength back then was definitely at the immortal saint realm. As for what Yang Yi's was, he couldn't tell. Now that something like this had happened to Jianmu, Yang Yi was probably involved as well. Of course, with Zhuowen's understanding of Yang Yi, he didn't think that the mastermind was Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi had helped him a lot in the past, and he was also good to Jianmu. He wouldn't harm Jianmu. After going out this time, in addition to the Battle of Gods, I still need to find Yang Yi. Everything is fishy. If I can find Yang Yi, everything will come to light. Zhuowen muttered to himself. In Zhuowen's sea of consciousness, Xiao Hei reminded, if you really meet Yang Yi, you still need to be careful. You still don't know whether Yang Yi is good or evil. Zhuowen nodded. Although Yang Yi had indeed helped him a lot in the past, he still had to be wary of others. It was better to be cautious. We can only talk about this after we leave this place. Next, let's see if the people of Qin Tian tribe can cultivate the massacre finger of Yellow Spring, Zhuowen said indifferently. When Zhuowen walked out of the tower, he immediately attracted the attention of many tribesmen. They all respectfully knelt before Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he walked through the tribe. Soon, he saw Miao Yi teaching the tribesmen how to use the massacre finger of Yellow Spring in a spacious open space. At this moment, Miao Yi was surrounded by many strong men of the tribe. They were all looking at Miao Yi with hope. Miao Yi pointed his right hand at the void. Immediately, 100 drops of Yellow Spring water flew out and condensed at the tip of his finger. Then, he pointed his finger forward. The void in front of him suddenly distorted, and a phantom of the Yellow Spring appeared behind Miao Yi. It looked very powerful, causing everyone to cheer. Even Ni Yong and Kong Yi revealed a look of longing and shock. There was no doubt that the destructive power of the massacre finger of Yellow Spring was much stronger than the attack methods they had studied. Of course, when they found out that the massacre finger of Yellow Spring was used by Zhuowen to instantly kill hundreds of manifest gods, the strong men of the tribe were even more eager to learn the massacre finger of Yellow Spring and increase its power. Patriarch Miao Yi, will the massacre finger of Yellow Spring really increase its power after killing a manifest god? I've never heard of or seen such a technique before. I'm really doubtful. Of course, there were also people who raised their doubts. It was really hard to believe that a technique that could increase one's power after killing a manifest god. Miao Yi glared at them and said, "Do you dare to doubt His Excellency's words? If it wasn't for His Excellency, our tribe would have been annihilated. How could he possibly deceive us on this matter?" Miao Yi had just spoken half of his words when he saw Zhuowen walking towards them. He promptly walked out from the crowd and knelt in front of Zhuowen, saying, "This old man didn't know that His Excellency had graced us with his presence. His Excellency, please forgive me." The others followed Miao Yi and knelt on the ground. Ever since Zhuowen had repelled the manifest gods and saved the tribe, he had become the symbol of the tribe. Everyone revered him. And I, Yong, and Kong, you were also willing to kneel on the ground. Has everyone in the tribe cultivated the massacre finger of Yellow Spring? Zhuowen looked around and asked casually. The moment he looked around, he discovered that there were only a few people cultivating the massacre finger of Yellow Spring. After all, he was the one who had refined the Yellow Spring water droplet. He could sense the Yellow Spring water droplet's aura, but most of the strong men in the surroundings didn't have the Yellow Spring water droplet's aura. Miao Yi was a little embarrassed as he braced himself and said, "My Excellency, please give me a little more time. I will definitely have everyone in the tribe cultivate the massacre finger of Yellow Spring." Zhuowen shook his head. He discovered that only Miao Yi and I Yong, Kong Yi, and a few dozen others had the aura of the massacre finger of Yellow Spring. It seems that some people don't really believe in the power of the massacre finger of Yellow Spring. Since that's the case, I need to make an exception for these people. Zhuowen inwardly thought. He casually called out the dozen or so people who had cultivated the massacre finger of Yellow Spring. With a wave of his sleeve, 100 Yellow Spring water droplets flew out and poured into the bodies of the dozen or so people. When the 100 Yellow Spring water droplets entered their bodies, the dozen or so people immediately felt that the massacre finger of Yellow Spring in their bodies had become much stronger. "You dozen or so people, follow me out of the tribe." Zhuowen pointed at Miao Yi and the dozen or so people who had cultivated the massacre finger of Yellow Spring. Shortly after, they led the dozen or so people out of the tribe. Zhuowen's actions immediately attracted the attention of many people in the tribe. Many people were watching from within the high walls of the tribe. Many people were puzzled by Zhuowen's actions. Today, I will let you all prove that this technique has the power to kill a manifest god. Moreover, it can increase the power of this technique by killing a manifest god. As he spoke, Zhuowen immediately disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was holding 10 strange beasts in his hands. It's a manifest god. Seeing the manifest gods in Zhuowen's hands, many people in the tribe revealed expressions of fear. Miao Yi and the dozen or so people who were standing in front of the tribe also revealed expressions of fear. Their tribe had been invaded by manifest gods for thousands of years, and the fear of manifest gods had taken up most of their hearts. When they saw a manifest god, the first thing they thought of was to run away, not to resist. Zhuowen's right hand pulled out a manifest god, and his right palm fiercely slammed into the manifest god. The manifest god immediately let out a wail and became incomparably weak. Soon after, Zhuowen unceremoniously threw the extremely weak manifest god in front of the dozen or so people led by Miao Yi and coldly said, "Kill this manifest god." The dozen or so people's eyes revealed fear. Only Miao Yi looked at Zhuowen and summoned his courage to slowly approach the manifest god. Seeing Miao Yi take the lead, Zhuowen nodded his head in appreciation. When Miao Yi was finally within a few meters of the illusion god fiercely roared at Miao Yi with a sinister expression. However, Its injuries were too heavy, and it was simply unable to get up. It could only stare blankly as Miao Yi approached it. Use the slaughtering Yellow Springs finger to kill this manifest god, Zhuowen said indifferently. Miao Yi took a deep breath and loudly shouted. He pointed his finger, and his right finger seemed to be gilded as it fiercely slammed into the manifest god's head. Immediately, 100 Yellow Springs water droplets flowed from Miao Ye's fingertip and entered the manifest god's body. In just a few breaths of time, the manifest god struggled a few times before completely turning into a dried corpse. The Yellow Springs water droplets in Miao Ye's body also increased by 100, reaching a total of 200 droplets. The increase in Yellow Springs water droplets also caused Miao Ye's strength to increase imperceptibly. Both his strength and speed had increased by a lot compared to before. This discovery made Miao Yi go wild with joy, and he was extremely excited about cultivating the slaughtering Yellow Springs finger. The instant Miao Yi used the slaughtering Yellow Springs finger to kill the manifest god, it also thoroughly shocked many people in the tribe. They had never thought that such a powerful existence like the manifest god could be killed by a single person in their tribe. After all, in the past, in order to encircle and annihilate a single manifest god, it had taken hundreds and thousands of people to barely kill it. If you don't want to become stronger, I will take back the slaughtering Yellow Springs finger in your body and let you continue to be as ordinary as before. If you want to become stronger, then you have to overcome the fear in your heart and challenge the things that you previously thought were impossible to defeat. Zhuowen's voice was very cold, and it echoed in everyone's ears like thunder. These words were not only spoken to the dozen or so people present, but also to the entire tribe. Continue. Zhuowen once again released a manifest god. This manifest god was also heavily injured, but it could still move with difficulty. Chapter 17:15. Ali, the dozen or so people worked together, especially Miao Yi, who had absorbed the Yellow Springs water droplets. He fought especially hard, and his strength far surpassed the others. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the heavily injured manifest god let out a wail and turned into a dried corpse. The Yellow Springs water droplets that came from the manifest god poured into the bodies of the dozen or so people. With the increase in Yellow Springs water droplets, the dozen or so people could clearly feel their strength increasing. This made them extremely excited, and the fear they had for the manifest god lessened by a lot. Zhuowen's hands didn't stop moving. With another wave of his hand, he brought out the third heavily injured manifest god. After tasting the sweetness, the dozen or so people were no longer afraid. Instead, they were like hungry wolves as they pounced forward and attacked the manifest god with the Yellow Springs finger. This time, the dozen or so people's cooperation was extremely good, and they quickly killed the manifest god. Next, Zhuowen released manifest gods one after another, and the dozen or so people's strength increased by a lot with the increase in Yellow Springs water droplets. The 10th is a complete manifest god. Kill it. Zhuowen released the 10th manifest god, but he didn't seriously injure it. Instead, he released it in perfect condition. As soon as the 10th manifest god appeared, it rushed towards Miao Ye's group with bloodthirsty ferocity, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Although Miao Yi and the others were a little nervous, they were more excited. After killing 9 manifest gods in a row, the fear they had for the manifest gods had already faded by a lot. Go! Miao Yi let out a low roar as hundreds of Yellow Springs water droplets revolved around him. He rushed forward without any fear, and the others followed behind him with tacit understanding. Bang! 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 The manifest god and Miao Ye's group immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Bestial roars and angry shouts continuously resounded as terrifying gales swept up in the surroundings. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the manifest god let out a sorrowful cry as it was besieged by the dozen or so people. Miao Yi and the others were gasping for breath, and their complexions were pale. However, their eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. Miao Yi abruptly knelt down in front of Zhuowen. Behind him, Ai Yong, Kong Yi, and the others also knelt down, saying in unison, "Thank you, Lord, for bestowing this technique to our tribe." The people who were originally watching from within the tribe also fell into silence. However, there were even more people who revealed looks of regret. Miao Yi and the rest were able to cleanly kill the manifest god, who would normally require hundreds or thousands of people to subdue, with just a dozen or so people. In their eyes, this was something completely inconceivable. But now, Miao Yi and the others had done it. And the reason why they were able to do so was because they didn't believe in the slaughtering finger of the underworld before. Zhuo nodded, after which he turned to the Qin tribe and said, "Whether you want to remain the same or become a supreme expert, everything is up to you. I, Zhuowen, will not force anyone." After saying that, Zhuowen turned into a long rainbow and rushed into the tower. He was very clear that now that he had completely displayed the might of the slaughtering finger of the underworld, even if he didn't say anything, the entire tribe would begin to learn the slaughtering finger of the underworld. Sure enough, not long after Zhuowen entered the tower, an uproar immediately arose in the tribe. Many robust men began to ingratiatingly escort Miao Yi and the others into the tribe. Their goal was naturally to learn the slaughtering finger of the underworld from them. Miao Yi was very meticulous. He recorded down all the tribesmen who wanted to learn the slaughtering finger of the underworld, and then took out the underworld water droplets that Zhuowen had given him before and placed them between the tribesmen's eyebrows. The underworld water droplets that Zhuowen had refined contained the essence of the slaughtering finger of the underworld. Moreover, the threshold was extremely low. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to learn the slaughtering finger of the underworld. However, the difficult part was accumulating the underworld water droplets, which required killing. Only by continuously killing manifest gods could they continuously increase their strength. Slowly, all the robust men in the tribe learned the slaughtering finger of the underworld. Man's desire was endless, but it was precisely because of this desire that people began to pursue it. When the robust men in the tribe learned the slaughtering finger of the underworld, the majority of them thirsted for even greater strength, thirsting for slaughter. As a result, the tribe began to form teams of slaughtering gods. Everyone formed teams of 10 or 20 people and began to leave the tribe in search of manifest gods. At this moment, the tribesmen no longer feared the manifest gods. Instead, they treated them as prey and began to hunt them down. In the beginning, the tribesmen had just begun to cultivate the slaughtering finger of the underworld, so it was inevitable that there would be casualties. However, as the number of killings gradually increased, the tribesmen's casualties also greatly decreased. The underworld water droplets that began to appear in many people's bodies rapidly increased as they continued to kill. Just like this, a year passed. During this year, the Qin tribe had undergone great changes. Not only did the robust men cultivate the slaughtering finger of the underworld, but even the elderly, women, and children in the tribe learned the slaughtering finger of the underworld. It could be said that the slaughtering finger of the underworld had already become the foundation of the entire Qin tribe. All the tribesmen had to cultivate the slaughtering finger of the underworld. During this year, a few extremely powerful geniuses emerged in the tribe, and the most representative of them was a youth named Alai. This Alai had no parents in the tribe and had been alone since childhood. If it weren't for the assistance of some neighbors, Alai might not have lived past the age of 10. However, ever since Alai cultivated the slaughtering finger of the underworld, he followed the elders in the tribe and killed manifest gods like a madman. At that time, Alai was only 12 years old. It could be said that Alai was extremely desperate. Every time he went out to hunt manifest gods, he would bear the brunt of their attacks. He would never cower and completely disregard life and death, because he thirsted for power more than anyone else. Of course, due to Alai's unfortunate childhood, his personality was extremely reclusive and difficult to get close to. He was cold and emotionless to others, and this was also the reason why very few people would befriend him. However, Ali was extremely respectful towards Zhuowen, the benefactor who bestowed the slaughtering finger of the underworld to the tribe. Every day when he went out to hunt, he would respectfully kowtow 3 times in front of Zhuowen's tower before leaving. This was because it was precisely Zhuowen's slaughtering finger of the underworld that had completely changed his fate. In the past, he was merely a weak orphan without the strength to truss a chicken, and was often looked down upon by others. However, the slaughtering finger of the underworld allowed him to undergo a transformation. All of this was bestowed upon him by Zhuowen, and he was very grateful in his heart. On this day, as usual, Ali arrived in front of the tower, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times. He took a deep look at the tower, his gaze filled with fanaticism and reverence. Ali, are you going out to hunt manifest gods again today? A voice filled with vicissitudes of life suddenly sounded, and Miao Yi slowly walked out, followed by Ni Yong and Kong. Miao Yi gazed at the indifferent Ali before him, his brows creasing slightly as he said, "In the past year, our tribe has hunted enough manifest gods. Nearly all of the manifest gods within a radius of several tens of thousands of li have been hunted down by our tribe. Our tribe has already achieved a state of tranquility and peace, so there is no need for you to go out and hunt manifest gods every day. After all, it is very difficult for you to find a manifest god within a radius of several tens of thousands of li." Ali nodded and said indifferently, "Rest assured, Patriarch, Ali is only going out to take a look." After saying this, Ali turned around and left the tribe. Wherever Ali passed, many tribesmen would look at him with reverence in their eyes, and one after another, they would make way for him, not daring to get too close to him. Looking at Ali's departing figure, Miao Ye's brows creased tightly, while Ni Yong and Kong Yi's complexions were indeed not very good. Ali is really too arrogant. Although he is the only expert in our tribe who has condensed the yellow spring death needle, he is really too arrogant to look down on the Patriarch's authority like this, Ni Yong said with a cold snort. Miao Yi shook his head and said, "Young people are, after all, quite arrogant. Moreover, Ali's talent is indeed great, and his willpower is firm. In a short year, he was able to accumulate 10,000 yellow spring water droplets and condense the yellow spring death needle. He is much stronger than the 3 of us." Speaking up to here, Miao Ye's gaze was rather complicated. He could be said to be the first person to obtain the yellow spring water droplets, and he also had the most yellow spring water droplets. But unknowingly, he had been surpassed by Ali before his eyes. The number of yellow spring water droplets in Miao Ye's body had already reached 9,000, and he was only 1,000 away from 10,000. However, Ali was one step ahead of him in condensing the yellow spring death needle. Miao Yi couldn't help but admire Ali from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, at the center of the countless mountain peaks, there was a deep and endless black hole. In the depths of the black hole, black mist surged, and 3 figures appeared. 2 of them were the black-robed woman who had appeared before, and the feminine man who had been taught a lesson by the queen. The other person was also wearing a black robe. He was in his middle years, and his eyes emitted a black radiance. His body emitted an incomparably imposing aura. This year, there have been great changes in the tribes in the outside world. Those tribe ants that were originally as cowardly as mice have actually started to organize and hunt the illusion gods. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered with a cold glint. The black-robed woman's long, shapely eyebrows slightly creased, and said, "The reason why there have been such great changes in the tribes in the outside world is most likely related to that intruder. At that time, I had advised the queen to thoroughly eliminate that person. Unfortunately, the queen did not listen to me. That intruder is indeed a scourge and must be eradicated. Also, those people from the tribes outside are merely livestock raised by us, the illusion god. They actually dared to hunt and kill us, the illusion god. They are truly courting death." The feminine man coldly snorted. Chapter 17:16. Resistance after the middle-aged man finished speaking. His eyes narrowed as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. "What's wrong?" the black-robed woman asked in surprise. The middle-aged man grinned and said, "There's a reckless little fellow that has trespassed into the vicinity of this forbidden area. Profound cultivator, go capture that little fellow for me." The feminine man was startled. He looked around as if he had discovered something. He laughed strangely and said, "No problem at all." After saying that, the feminine man took a step forward and instantly disappeared. "Heaven, should we attack the Chin Tian tribe now?" the black-robed woman asked the middle-aged man. "There's no time to lose," the middle-aged man said coldly. "Go to the black hole and make preparations. This time we brought out 5,000 illusion gods. That intruder must die." The black-robed woman revealed a surprised expression. However, she did not object to the middle-aged man's decision. She nodded and entered the depths of the black hole. Ali walked between the mountain peaks. His eyes were full of vigilance. Around him, a few feet long yellow spring death needle revolved continuously. In the past year, the tribe has developed too quickly. Within a circumference of 10,000 miles, there isn't a single illusion god. Speaking up to here, Ali clenched his fists. His eyes were blazing. "I need to become stronger, much stronger. Since there isn't one within 10,000 kilometers of the tribe, I'll come to the forbidden grounds to find one." Little guy, you've got guts to actually come here. Are you here to kill the illusion god?" Suddenly, an ambiguous voice came. Ali jumped up and looked around. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He was very nervous. He couldn't tell where the voice was coming from. It was as if the voice was coming from all directions. Whoosh! A black shadow pounced on Ali from behind. The black shadow stretched out its right hand, and 5 sharp claws extended out. The claws were several feet long, and they pierced towards Ali's back. A bad premonition arose in Ali's heart. With a low roar, the yellow spring death needles circling around him screeched, blocking his back. Ding! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then Ali suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The yellow spring death needle actually trembled nonstop and showed signs of cracking. This discovery caused Ali's mind to be shaken. There was only one thought in his mind, that he had encountered the legendary human form illusion god. Run! Without the slightest hesitation, Ali immediately fled. Humanoid illusion gods were not something he could resist at the moment. The feminine man chuckled and leisurely followed behind Ali. His eyes were filled with ridicule. At the same time, he would occasionally swipe his right claw and launch an attack, causing Ali to exhaust himself to use the yellow spring death needle to deal with the feminine man's attacks. But every time he dealt with the feminine man's attack, Ali would spit out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as snow, and his entire body would tremble. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the tower, suddenly opened his eyes. He used the yellow spring water droplets to sense that a tribesman who practiced the slaughter finger of the yellow spring was in a precarious situation. If it was an ordinary tribesman, Zhuowen would not be too concerned. But this tribesman in a precarious situation contained 10,000 yellow spring water droplets, which would be of great help to Zhuowen. Once this person died, these 10,000 yellow spring water droplets would be wasted. Speaking until here, Zhuowen stepped out of the tower, turned into a rainbow, and instantly disappeared from the tribe. "Sir, why did you go out today?" Miaoyu looked up at the sky, watching the rainbow disappear into the horizon, and could not help but mutter in a low voice. "Pucci." At that moment, within the dense forest, Ali suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards and smashed into numerous trees. His expression was dispirited and his face was pale. The yellow spring death needles that revolved around him had already become extremely dim. "How boring. I originally wanted to play with you a little longer, but I didn't expect you to die so quickly. Since that's the case, you can go die first." The feminine man coldly stared at Ali, who was on the verge of death, with a trace of impatience in his eyes. Shortly after, his right hand blasted out, and immediately Countless wisps of black chi formed a huge black claw that shot towards Alai. Seeing the approaching black claw, Alai's eyes were filled with despair, but he was extremely unwilling to accept this. He had worked so hard to cultivate to such a level, but he was going to die because of this. He was truly unwilling to accept this. But in the face of the feminine man's terrifying strength, his heart was filled with bitterness. At this moment, in front of the feminine man, he was like an insignificant ant. "I'm still too weak." Alai smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself. Bang! However, the moment the black claw came down, 3 rainbows flew over and instantly pierced through the black claw. Then, the 3 rainbows continued to fly towards the feminine man without losing any momentum. The feminine man narrowed his eyes and waved his sleeve. Countless wisps of black chi burst out, forming black chains that entangled the 3 rainbows. After being entangled by the black chains, the 3 rainbows immediately froze. Only then did the feminine man realize that the 3 rainbows were actually the yellow spring death needles. The moment Alai saw the 3 yellow spring death needles, his eyes instantly revealed an undetectable light. There was even a trace of fanaticism in his eyes. He knew that the existence had appeared. 3 needles are not enough. Break! The feminine man coldly snorted and clenched his right hand. The chains that entangled the yellow spring death needles began to shrink, as if they wanted to crush the yellow spring death needles into powder. 3 needles are not enough? A cold voice rang out. Shortly after, 5 more yellow spring death needles flew over from afar and instantly bombarded the black chains. The black chains immediately collapsed. The feminine man's pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. The pressure from the 8 yellow spring death needles was too great. He formed a seal with his right hand. Rolling black chi rushed out from his sleeve and finally erupted into a terrifying giant black beast. However, the giant black beast did not last long under the 8 yellow spring death needles and was shattered into powder. However, the feminine man used this little bit of time to quickly escape. Unfortunately, the feminine man did not manage to escape for long before his path was blocked by 2 long swords that emitted blazing suns. With a muffled groan, the feminine man was forced back a few steps by the 2 long swords. The 8 yellow spring death needles were extremely fast and pierced through the feminine man. The feminine man's eyes widened and completely turned into a dried corpse. Then, he heavily smashed onto the ground. As soon as the feminine man died, a figure slowly stepped out from the void and landed not far from Alai. The 8 yellow spring death needles circled around his body. The 1st and 9th Yongdao swords also flew to his side like the most loyal guards. Alai looked at the godlike figure in front of him, and the fanaticism in his eyes became even more intense. Then, ignoring his injuries, he suddenly knelt on the ground and emotionally said, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." Zhuo nodded. He stared at the yellow spring death needle beside Alai and said indifferently, "To be able to condense the yellow spring death needle, you're not bad. You should go back now. I'm afraid this place will not be peaceful." Receiving Zhuo's praise, Alai was so excited that his body trembled. He kowtowed 3 times and silently retreated. After killing the feminine man, Zhuo obtained 2,000 yellow spring water droplets. This feminine man's strength was a little stronger than the humanoid phantom that appeared in the Qin Tian tribe. However, he was a little weaker than the black-robed woman. Originally, Zhuo only had 3 yellow spring death needles. However, in the past year, the Qin Tian tribe had developed too quickly. Everyone had been killing phantoms and had accumulated a lot of yellow spring water droplets. Miaoyu was also quite a person. Every once in a while, he would give Zhuo half of the yellow spring water droplets that the tribe had obtained. Although Zhuo had basically been in seclusion for the past year, relying on the tribe's tribute, his yellow spring water droplets had increased day by day. Now, he had accumulated more than 80,000 yellow spring water droplets. Rumble. Suddenly, A strand of black mist suddenly shot into the sky from the area that was surrounded by countless mountains ahead, and it formed into a black and terrifying tornado pillar. Numerous savage beasts and illusions flashed out from within the black pillar like raindrops, and it was an extremely magnificent and terrifying sight. It seems that something has happened in the ancestral land. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He didn't enter the ancestral land alone, but instead cautiously returned to the Qin Tian tribe. After Zhuowen returned to the tribe, Miao Yi asked with an alarmed expression, "Sir, what happened in the ancestral land?" Zhuowen shook his head and said, "I'm not clear about this matter. Let's wait and see." The black pillar that had soared into the sky from the ancestral land suddenly exploded and collapsed. Then, the people of the Qin Tian tribe were shocked to discover that countless phantoms had emerged from the black pillar, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they rushed over. In front of the countless phantoms, two humanoid phantoms were rapidly approaching. Phantoms are attacking. How can it be so many? There are at least several thousand phantoms, right? Moreover, there are two humanoid phantoms. Seeing the countless phantoms rushing over, the people of the Qin Tian tribe immediately fell into panic. Soon after, everyone's gazes fell on Zhuowen. Zhuowen leapt into the sky above the tribe. He calmly gazed at the manifest gods that covered the sky and earth as they rushed over, and said indifferently, "These manifest gods treat you as food, as livestock that they raise in captivity. Don't tell me you're going to continue like this. Could it be that you don't want to change? Don't you want to fight for your own destiny? If you don't want to, you can retreat and continue to be the livestock that you used to be. If there is anyone who wants to fight for your destiny with me, then those who are willing to sacrifice their lives step forward now." Although these words were indifferent, they resounded like thunder in the ears of everyone in the tribe. The originally panicked people suddenly calmed down. Right at this moment, their hearts were unprecedentedly tranquil. A person's life is not to follow the will of the heavens, but to defy the heavens and control their own destiny. I, Miao Yi, am not willing to continue to be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I am willing to follow, sir, in defying the heavens and resisting the phantoms. Miao Yi stood up, his eyes full of determination. Allah is willing. Allah was the second to stand up. And I, Yong, is willing. Kong is willing. Chapter 17:17. Comprehending the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs, looking at the tribesmen who were unafraid of death, Zhuowen even saw some old, weak women and children among them. They also stood out. In their hearts, the tribe was their home, their faith. Although they feared the illusion god like a tiger before, in order to protect their home, every single one of them was willing to risk their lives. Even if they were old, weak women and children between their home and their lives, they unhesitatingly chose the former. The instant everyone in the tribe stood out, the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs in Zhuowen's body seemed to have received some sort of resonance. Instantly, the 8 Yellow Springs death needles collapsed, turning into more than 80,000 Yellow Springs water droplets. Each droplet of Yellow Springs water droplets emitted a strange sound. Not only Zhuowen, but the Yellow Springs water droplets in the Qin Tian tribe also flew out, resonating with the Yellow Springs water droplets in Zhuowen's body. The resonating sound became louder and louder, as if thunder had descended from the 9 heavens, exploding in a radius of several tens of thousands of miles around the Qin Tian tribe. Zhuowen also didn't expect such a change. Soon after, the Yellow Springs water droplets flew out of the Qin Tian tribe's bodies and gathered in the air, completely merging with the 80,000 Yellow Springs water droplets released by Zhuowen. Crash! In an instant, the numerous Yellow Springs water droplets formed a stream, forming an enormous Yellow Springs river that spanned 10 miles. Although the Yellow Springs formed by Zhuowen was much smaller than the Yellow Springs formed by Daoist Songlong's slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, he suddenly understood that the true cultivation method of the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs was not for an individual, but for an entire group. There was a limit to a person's strength. No matter how many Yellow Springs water droplets a person killed, how many Yellow Springs water droplets could they accumulate? Back then, he had seen Taoist Song Long use the Yellow Spring finger of massacre. That Yellow Spring could reach the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. The Yellow Spring was so big that even Zhuowen felt his heart palpitate. Although Zhuowen was quite confident in himself, he still felt that it would be difficult for him to gather so many Yellow Springs water droplets with his strength alone. But now, when he saw the Yellow Springs water droplets surging out of the Qin Tian tribe's bodies and forming 10 miles of Yellow Springs, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. So the method of gathering Yellow Springs water droplets did not rely on an individual, but a group. At this moment, Zhuowen thought of many things. He thought of the 3 worlds that existed in the Azure Dragon Hall. Apart from the 3rd world, the 1st world and the 2nd world both contained small worlds with many living beings inside. Perhaps before the Songlong Taoist went missing, his Yellow Springs water droplets were most likely collected from the countless living beings in the 1st and 2nd heaven. This was also the reason why the Songlong Taoist set up a small world in the Songlong Hall, and why there were so many living beings in the small world. Moreover, Zhuowen boldly guessed that in the battle back then, Taoist Song Long might have used all his skills and absorbed all the Yellow Springs water droplets from the bodies of all the living beings in the 2 heavens and earth. Therefore, the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs did not exist in the 2 heavens and earth. It seems that Taoist Song Long is indeed a person of great wisdom. The 2 heavens and earth are the best places to cultivate the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, his eyes bursting with an unprecedented radiance. At this moment, the middle-aged man and the black-robed woman had already led thousands of illusion gods to a few hundred meters away from the Qin Tian tribe. The profound practitioners were killed by you, right? The middle-aged man stared at Zhuowen, who was floating in the air with a murderous aura. However, after seeing the 10 miles of Yellow Springs surrounding Zhuowen, the middle-aged man's eyes revealed a rare trace of fear. He could feel that the 10 miles of Yellow Springs contained an extremely large amount of energy, and this energy caused his mind to tremble slightly. Yes, it was me who killed them. Zhuowen floated above the Yellow Springs, his long hair and robes fluttering without any wind. His eyes were filled with fanaticism as he laughed and said, "I finally know how to cultivate the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs. Today, I'll let you illusion gods see the true power of the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs." As he spoke, Zhuowen pointed out with his finger. Immediately, the Yellow Springs around him suddenly boiled and then condensed into a several 100-meter-long finger above Zhuowen. The lines on the surface of this finger were clear, as if it was a real human finger. Countless yellow vortexes appeared on the surface of the finger. If one looked carefully, these vortexes were actually constantly rotating yellow circles of reincarnation and contained the reincarnation of life and death. Slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs. Zhuowen took a step forward and escaped into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above the countless illusion gods. The void around the huge finger collapsed inch by inch, and it was swept back into the void. As Zhuowen's finger fell, the space within a few thousand feet around the thousands of illusionary gods collapsed. A huge black hole slowly emerged from the void, and the finger that contained the cycle of life and death suddenly fell from the black hole. It was like a vast mountain that smashed down. Bang, bang, bang. As the finger fell, continuous explosive sounds erupted. Soon after, the thousands of illusion gods exploded into a bloody mist under the bombardment of the finger. The bloody mist was absorbed by the finger, and the power of the finger rose to a higher level. What kind of move is this? How can it be so terrifying? The black-robed woman and the middle-aged man snorted and had no choice but to retreat a few thousand steps. seeing the thousands of illusion gods that they had brought being blasted into dregs by the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs. The two of them were both shocked and furious. Rumble. In an instant, thousands of illusion gods were annihilated, and countless sins were absorbed by the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs. The finger began to grow, and finally evolved to thousands of meters in size. Zhuowen took a step forward and landed on the tip of the finger. His gaze was indifferent as he stared at the black-robed woman and the middle-aged man, who were constantly retreating. He was like a supreme and majestic emperor looking down at the two of them. Die! Zhuowen stomped his foot, and the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs was like a giant ancient beast that swept towards the middle-aged man and the black-robed woman. Wherever the finger passed, the space collapsed, and countless gusts of wind swept out. The middle-aged man and the black-robed woman's gazes were gloomy. The two of them looked at each other and revealed a resolute expression. "Help me." The middle-aged man coldly stared at the black-robed woman. The latter bit the tip of her tongue and waved her jade-like hand. Instantly, countless black mist swept out from her body, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the black mist squirmed and drilled into the middle-aged man's 7 apertures, and his aura skyrocketed. Intruders must die. The middle-aged man's gaze was cold. He grabbed at the void with his right hand, and immediately, countless black mist condensed into a large saber. He stepped on the air and arrived in front of the finger in an instant. Then, he held the large saber in his hand and slashed out. Bang! A terrifyingly huge saber chi swept through the air and heavily slammed into the finger. Instantly, a terrifying explosion erupted. Immediately, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank as he realized that the terrifying saber chi had blasted on the finger, and a terrifying energy ripple erupted. The surrounding space shattered, and the middle-aged man let out a muffled groan and retreated continuously. Zhuowen's gaze grew colder. His right foot hit on the finger, and suddenly, the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs erupted with a terrifying power, overpowering the middle-aged man's saber chi. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He held the large saber in his right hand horizontally in front of him, and the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs happened to be in front of the saber. The middle-aged man retreated again and again until he was tens of thousands of meters away. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Die! Zhuowen's gaze was surging with killing intent. He slapped his right hand, and the vortex on the surface of the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs produced a terrifying tearing force. The tearing force was too terrifying. The middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream as he was torn to pieces by the tearing force. He exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Then, the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs absorbed the sins, causing the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs to become even larger. The black-robed woman's face was pale. At this moment, Zhuowen was much stronger than before. In other words, Zhuowen's slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs was much more terrifying than a year ago. Without hesitation, the black-robed woman fled towards the ancestral land. She did not dare to confront Zhuowen head-on. Zhuowen stared at the fleeing black-robed woman, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He flew across the sky with the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs and followed closely behind the black-robed woman. The people of the Qin Tian tribe stared blankly at this scene. They did not expect that the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs that they unleashed together would be so powerful. My lord is probably planning to borrow the power of the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs to rush into the ancestral land, Miao Yi said with a complicated gaze. He knew very well that Zhuowen did not belong here. If Zhuowen really succeeded in breaking into the ancestral land, then it would be difficult for him to see Zhuowen again in the future. The black-robed woman quickly arrived at the black hole in the depths of the mountain. She glanced at Zhuowen and the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs under his feet. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She formed a seal with her jade-like hand and said in a deep voice, "Stop this person." As soon as she said that, countless illusory gods surged out from the black fog in the black hole. Then, these illusory gods exploded into black flames that soared into the sky. The black flames were too large. They soared into the sky and gathered into a huge black flame dragon. The black dragon leaped up, roared at the sky, and rushed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked at the black flame dragon that was rushing towards him. He sneered and said, "The same move is no longer effective against me." When Zhuowen entered the 9th level of the black hole, he was forced to retreat by the black-robed woman's black flames. But now, the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs was no longer the same as before. How could it be afraid of the black flame dragon? The slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs pointed out and landed on the black flame dragon. Immediately, the black flame dragon let out a mournful cry and collapsed into countless fragments. The sins within were all absorbed by the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs. The black-robed woman's eyes were filled with horror. Without thinking, she rushed into the black hole. The current Zhuowen was too terrifying. She could not muster up any courage to fight against him. Whoosh! Zhuowen stepped on the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs and drilled into the black hole without hesitation. Chapter 17:18. Immortal corpse. The black-robed woman's beautiful eyes were filled with bitterness. At this moment, the slaughtering Yellow Springs finger under Zhuowen's feet was simply a killing machine. Wherever it passed, no matter how many illusion gods there were, they couldn't stop it and collapsed one by one. At this moment, the black-robed woman didn't dare to look back. She was worried that if she looked back, the indifferent man behind her would catch up to her. At that time, she might really die. Bang! 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 The slaughtering Yellow Springs finger was extremely fast. It was like a long rainbow as it constantly advanced into the depths of the black hole. It started from the first layer all the way to the 9th layer. Wherever it passed, the illusion gods couldn't stop it. The black-robed woman quickly arrived in front of the white stone door in the depths of the 9th layer. Standing before the door, her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She formed a seal with both hands. Immediately, all the illusion gods on the 9th layer let out sorrowful cries and exploded into clusters of terrifying black flames one after another. The black flames overflowed and began to converge. In the end, it turned into a sea of black flames that filled the sky. With a crash, it rushed toward Zhuowen, who had just entered the 9th layer. After doing all this, the black-robed woman turned around. Her jade-like hand repeatedly tapped on the white stone door. Soon after, a white circular protrusion in the center of the white stone door caved in, revealing an undetectable crack. The black-robed woman's entire body began to collapse into a cloud of black mist. Soon after, she followed the crack and disappeared in front of the white stone door. When the black mist that the black-robed woman had transformed into disappeared into the crack began to close. A circular protrusion once again appeared in the center of the white stone door. The instant the black-robed woman disappeared into the white stone door, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. His eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible light. At the same time, the sea of black flames that blotted out the sky and covered the earth approached. Zhuowen squatted on the slaughtering Yellow Springs finger and pressed his right hand against the surface of his finger. Soon after, drops of Yellow Springs water floated up and formed a yellow light barrier in front of Zhuowen. After doing all this, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. With a thought, not only did the slaughtering Yellow Springs finger under his feet not decrease in speed, it increased its speed. The slaughtering Yellow Springs finger instantly plunged into the sea of black flames. Instantly, an even more terrifying yellow vortex appeared on the surface. An enormous suction force, Yellow Springs finger, sucked the surrounding Yellow Springs finger, studio, and reincarnation. Although the slaughtering Yellow Springs finger was the black Yellow Springs finger's enormous suction force studio, the sea of black flames was constantly weakened Yellow Springs finger studio. This stalemate only lasted for half an incense stick's worth of time, before the boundless sea of black flames completely collapsed. The slaughtering yellow spring finger shot out like a shuttle, shuttling through the void as it instantly blasted towards the white stone door. Jiang Studio is Lu Studio. Lu Studio Yellow Yin Realm Black Devil Devils. Devil was Devil Studio Devils. Devil's Top 10 Forbidden Lands, 5 Absolute Cold Lands. As soon as he said that, the void below Zhuowen split open, and a gigantic, icy, blue demonic hand reached out and blocked the tail of the slaughtering finger of the netherworld. Then it swung violently. Whoosh! The speed of the slaughtering yellow spring's finger increased explosively once again. Wherever it passed, countless gusts of wind swept up and assaulted Zhuowen's face. It even gave Zhuowen a feeling of space-time illusion. At that moment, the speed of the slaughtering yellow spring's finger had almost reached the point where it could shatter space itself. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding space would shatter. Rumble. In less than a breath of time, the slaughtering yellow spring's finger heavily smashed into the white stone door in front of him, and immediately after, a thunderous roar erupted. The rumbling sounds were continuous and endless, ringing in Zhuowen's ears. It was as if thousands of bombs had exploded at the same time. Then, a terrifying ring-shaped storm rose around the massacre finger of hell and the white stone door. The white stone door trembled violently, and a crack even appeared on its surface. However, it did not collapse because of that. Zhuowen's gaze was as cold as a knife. He pointed his right hand at the demonic eye between his eyebrows and shouted in a low voice, "Devil's Top 10 Forbidden Lands, 6 Absolute Tombstones." Boom, boom, boom. An extremely black light suddenly shot out from the demonic eye and blasted into the void below Zhuowen. Immediately after, a huge area of the void collapsed, and terrifying tombstones burst out from within. There were too many tombstones, as if they could bury anyone. Following closely behind the tombstones was a gigantic, demonic purple hand. When the gigantic purple hand stretched out, the tombstones that burst out were like a storm that constantly revolved around the gigantic purple hand. Whoosh! The gigantic purple hand was extremely fast, and in an instant, it blocked the tail of the slaughtering finger of hell. Suddenly, the slaughtering finger of hell exploded with a terrifying force. This force was too terrifying, and the cracks on the white stone door's surface rapidly increased. In an instant, the entire white stone door was densely covered in cracks. Break! Zhuowen spat out this word indifferently. Suddenly, the tombstones behind him began to collapse. The demonic hand that stretched out from the tombstones had blue veins popping out, and its strength was raised to the extreme. Boom! Suddenly, the white stone door collapsed, and Zhuowen stepped on the slaughtering finger of hell and directly smashed the door, entering inside. Smoke and dust filled the air. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely vigilant, and his entire body was on guard. However, when he broke the door open, he found that behind the white stone door was terrifyingly quiet. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, Zhuowen looked around and revealed a shocked expression. This place was a rather large stone room, and above the stone room were extremely neat rows of iron pillars. These iron pillars extended from one end of the stone room to the other, and iron rings hung on the iron pillars. Below the iron rings was an iron chain, and at the end of the iron chain was a crescent-shaped barb. On the barb was a withered corpse. The barb was pierced through the corpse's neck and came out from the back of the head. This scene was like a dead pig hanging on a barb in a slaughterhouse. However, what was hanging on the barb was not a dead pig, but a human corpse. Moreover, there was not only one corpse hanging in the stone room, but many of them. Zhuowen looked over, and there were no less than a few hundred of them. What shocked Zhuowen even more was that these corpses faintly revealed an aura that made him feel threatened. Moreover, this aura was not unfamiliar to Zhuowen, because he had felt it on the primordial spirits of Lei Qingtian and Jiangzuomei. That's right, these corpses actually have the aura of a primordial spirit. Could these all be immortal corpses? Thinking of this conjecture, Zhuan's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. There were no less than a few hundred corpses in this stone room. Could all of them be immortal corpses? Isn't this too terrifying? Even if all the celestial saints in the entire Central Plains were added together, there probably wouldn't be so many of them, right? But there were hundreds of immortal corpses here. What exactly was going on? Xiao He turned into a black light and floated in front of Zhuan, staring solemnly at the hundreds of immortal corpses hanging in the stone room like livestock. These are all ancient martial artists. I didn't expect them to die here. Moreover, it seems that they were tortured to death. Xiao He sighed softly and slowly swept over to the nearest immortal corpse. Its little claws reached into the immortal corpse's abdomen, and a look of surprise immediately appeared in its eyes. Zhuan naturally noticed the strange look on Xiao He's face and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Xiao He was silent for a moment and didn't answer Zhuan's question. Instead, it swept over to another immortal corpse, and its little claws also reached into the immortal corpse's abdomen. The surprise in its eyes became more and more intense. After searching several immortal corpses, Xiao He suddenly looked at Zhuan and sighed softly. "You'll know when you check the dantian of these immortal corpses. I'm afraid this place isn't a good place." Zhuan wore a look of surprise and came before an immortal corpse. His right hand reached into the immortal corpse's abdomen, and then his eyes suddenly revealed a serious look. He took a few steps back and frowned. The primordial spirits of these immortal corpses still exist. However, they're almost all shriveled up, as if they'll disappear at any time. Yes, the primordial spirits of these immortal corpses still exist. Generally speaking, the primordial spirits of immortal saints can be completely unsheathed, and they can also use secret techniques to escape. However, the primordial spirits of these immortal corpses are all present in the dantian, and no one has used their primordial spirits to escape. Speaking up to here, Xiao He took a deep breath and said, "I'm afraid these immortal saints didn't die back then. They're just hanging here, and the primordial spirits in their dantian are imprisoned, unable to leave. The reason why they did this is probably to absorb the energy of the primordial spirits of these immortal saints. However, I don't know who this energy is for." Zhuan's eyes also revealed a serious look. This place was really strange, and it gave him a gloomy feeling. Although these immortal saints hanging in the stone room were all dead, he always felt like he was being spied on. "Kid, these immortal corpses are a great opportunity for you." Xiao He flew to Zhuan's shoulder and revealed a look of excitement. However, Zhuan was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" "The primordial spirits of these immortal corpses still exist. Although most of their energy has been absorbed and they're shriveled up, primordial spirits are still primordial spirits after all. If you extract all the primordial spirits of these immortal corpses and use the devouring curse forbidden technique to create a primordial spirit bomb, the power of the bomb would be great, right?" Xiao He said. Zhuan was stunned and then revealed a look of ecstasy. He said in a low voice, "Why didn't I think of it? The primordial spirits of these immortal corpses have been trapped in their dantian for nearly 10,000 years. The imprisonment technique inside has long been broken. If I didn't cultivate the devouring curse forbidden technique, I might not be able to do anything. However, I have the devouring curse forbidden technique, so this is not a problem for me. However, if I extract the primordial spirits of these immortal corpses without permission, will I be discovered by the master of this place?" Chapter 17:19. Luo Yin Whaleswin's eyes flickered. Although he was a little afraid, he did not plan to let these primordial spirits go. After all, if these primordial spirits were to create primordial spirit bombs, they would not be much weaker than Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei's primordial spirits. However, before that, I need to check this stone room thoroughly, just in case. As he spoke, Zhuan slowly walked into the depths of the stone room. There was no airflow in the stone room, so it should be sealed. Zhuowen walked along the hanging corpses. His eyes were full of vigilance. He had felt a spying feeling in the stone room before, and now the feeling was even stronger. The black-robed woman entered this stone room before. The spying owner is probably the black-robed woman, right? Zhuowen's eyes flickered with coldness. After all, this was the black-robed woman's nest. The black-robed woman must be more familiar with this place than he was. Perhaps she was hiding somewhere and spying on him. Although Zhuowen was quite interested in the primordial spirits of the immortal corpses here, if he did not find the black-robed woman, he would not be able to refine the primordial spirits in these immortal corpses in peace. Passing through the rows of immortal corpses, Zhuowen quickly reached the end of the stone room. At the end of the stone room was a sealed wall. This wall was made of pale green bricks. Moreover, as he walked past rows of immortal corpses, Zhuowen found that the primordial spirits in the immortal corpses in this stone room were not very strong. Although they had been absorbed, the primordial spirit's pressure was not particularly strong. Therefore, he concluded that the immortal corpses here should have been earthly immortals when they were alive. Ka ka ka. Suddenly, the sound of gears turning abruptly rang out in the stone room. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he found that the chains that had fallen on the iron pillars around the stone room had been unlocked. The immortal corpses that were originally hanging in the air had directly fallen to the ground. What made Zhuowen frown was that after the immortal corpses fell to the ground, they actually began to squirm and their closed eyes suddenly opened. These were pairs of scarlet eyes that contained a bloodthirsty light. Hundreds of immortal corpses propped up their bodies and stood up. Hundreds of scarlet eyes fell on Zhuowen. Even Zhuowen felt his scalp tingle. Intruder, you dare to enter the 10th floor? You're really bold. Unfortunately, this place is not so easy to enter. You must be prepared to die. Suddenly, at the center of the ceiling of the stone room, an almost undetectable brick protruded. A black mist gradually spread out, revealing the black-robed woman. Xiao Xiao Studio. Com Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xi Xiao Xiao. Xiao. There is a mechanism. Is the 10th Xiao Xiao. Looking at the protruding bricks, Zhuowen revealed a thoughtful expression. Previously, this black-robed woman had entered the 10th floor through the protruding bricks in the middle of the white stone door. Now, she had exited through the protruding bricks at the top of the stone room. Perhaps there was another world above the stone room. Yes, there's still the 11th and 12th levels, but you won't be able to enter those places. This will be your burial ground. The black-robed woman laughed cruelly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, countless black fog gushed out. Under her control, the black fog transformed into thin black lines. These thin lines were like shuttles as they swiftly flew out and actually connected with the chains at the back of the heads of the hundreds of immortal corpses. Suddenly, the eyes of the hundreds of immortal corpses erupted with an unprecedented red light. Their roars were like that of wild beasts, sounding exceptionally horrifying. However, the black-robed woman had to pay a price to control the hundreds of immortal corpses. Her face became even paler. Originally, she had given a portion of her strength to the middle-aged man. Then, under Zhuowen's pursuit, she had used a lot of her strength to make the illusion god in the black hole block Zhuowen. It could be said that the black-robed woman was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and she could only barely control these few hundred immortal corpses. Die! At this moment, the black-robed woman's eyes were filled with hatred. With a wave of her hands, the hundreds of immortal corpses below flew over like jackals and wolves, instantly wrapping around Zhuowen layer by layer. Zhuowen's eyes were full of seriousness. With a stomp of his right foot, the huge yellow spring slaughtering finger that broke into the stone room suddenly collapsed, turning into a huge ball of yellow spring water. Like an inverted waterfall, it hung in front of Zhuowen, forming a rather powerful defense. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of immortal corpses fell one after another on the yellow spring water, splashing out countless yellow water droplets. At this moment, The amount of yellow spring water on Zhuowen's body was extremely large, because he had collected all the yellow spring water droplets from the Qin Tian tribesmen. He now had more than 500,000 drops. The power of the yellow spring slaughtering finger had also reached an unprecedented level. Unfortunately, there were hundreds of immortal corpses in front of him. These immortal corpses were all famous earthly immortals when they were alive. Even if they had been dead for many years, their bodies were withered and their primordial spirits were withered, but the strength of the earthly immortals was not weak. One or two Zhuowen might not be afraid, but hundreds of such terrifying earthly immortal corpses, even with Zhuowen's yellow spring slaughtering finger, it was somewhat difficult to resist. Bang! 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 Countless yellow spring water splashed out. The defense of the yellow spring waterfall seemed to be in imminent danger at this moment. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse at any time. After 10 breaths of time, the yellow springs waterfall collapsed with a loud rumble. The hundreds of immortal corpses had actually blasted open a hole that was several meters wide. Subsequently, the immortal corpses surged into the yellow springs waterfall one after another, instantly drowning Zhuowen's figure. The black-robed woman's 10 fingers moved. Although her face was extremely pale and even her delicate body showed signs of collapsing, her eyes were filled with madness and hatred. No matter how strong you are, under the joint attack of hundreds of immortal corpses, you will still have to nurse a grievance. The black-robed woman said coldly, "Sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." An indifferent voice was heard. The black-robed woman's expression changed greatly, and the smile on her face completely froze. She was no stranger to this voice. It was the voice of the intruder. Just as she was about to turn her head to look, she found that she couldn't move her body. She didn't know when, but her body was actually covered by a dense number of cursed seals. These cursed seals were arranged in a mysterious pattern on the surface of her body, as if forming an extremely terrifying restriction formation, imprisoning her in this place. "When did you appear behind me? Who was that person just now?" The black-robed woman's pupils shrank. She turned her head with difficulty and saw Zhuowen behind her, wearing a loose robe, slowly walking in the air. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "That person just now was also me, and this person is also me." As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow spring waterfall in front of him instantly collapsed, and a vast hall rushed out. The immortal corpses that were flying over were directly knocked away. In the hall, another Zhuowen stood quietly. The one standing in the Azure Dragon Hall was Zhuowen's main body, and this time, the one who used the devouring curse seal to trap the black-robed woman was Zhuowen's mental strength doppelganger. As early as Zhuowen felt the feeling of being spied on, Zhuowen had already begun to be vigilant, so he secretly separated his mental strength doppelganger from his main body. His main body was in the open, and his doppelganger was in the dark. It could be said that his main body was like a bait, and the purpose was to lure out the black-robed woman hiding in the dark, while his doppelganger waited for the opportunity. When the black-robed woman appeared, he used the devouring curse seal to seal the black-robed woman with lightning speed. The doppelganger waved his sleeve, and the black thread that grew from the black-robed woman's fingertip suddenly broke. The many immortal corpses in the stone room also stopped in place, as if time had stopped. "So that's how it is. You've been playing with me before." The black-robed woman smiled bitterly. She was not stupid. She immediately straightened out the sequence of events and knew that she had been fooled. "We, the Netherworld's 4 envoys, have all fallen in your hands. I really didn't expect this," the black-robed woman said bitterly. "The Netherworld's 4 envoys?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He remembered the 3 human illusion gods he had killed before. Adding the black-robed woman in front of him, there were exactly 4 of them. Obviously, the Netherworld's 4 envoys should be the 4 human illusion gods, including the black-robed woman. "Just now, you said that there are 2 floors above the stone room. Take me to those 2 floors," Zhuowen said indifferently, his tone full of unquestionable authority. The black-robed woman coldly glanced at Zhuowen and said, What do you think I will do? I advise you to give up on this idea. Take me there, and you can live. Otherwise, you will die immediately. Zhuowen did not talk nonsense with the black-robed woman. With a point of his right finger, the yellow spring water droplets condensed into a yellow spring death needle and pierced towards the black-robed woman's forehead. The black-robed woman's pupils shrank to the size of needles. She did not expect the intruder in front of her to be so decisive. He did not give her any room for negotiation and intended to kill her. Feeling the approach of the yellow spring death needle and the murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes, the black-robed woman's heart was filled with fear. She hurriedly said, "Don't kill me. It was not easy for me to evolve from an illusion god to a human illusion god. Please don't kill me. If you don't want to die, then take me to the 11th and 12th floors." Zhuowen said indifferently. The black-robed woman trembled all over and hurriedly said, "I will take you there. I only ask that you don't kill me." Zhuowen took a deep look at the black-robed woman and immediately put away the yellow spring death needle. At the same time, his right hand formed a seal on the woman's body, and she was able to move freely. However, the black-robed woman bitterly discovered that although she could move freely now, the power in her body was sealed by a curse. It was impossible for her to use her power. After releasing the black-robed woman, Zhuowen's eyes flickered and he asked, "Now, you should answer my question honestly, right? Apart from the 4 emissaries of the netherworld, what else exists in this place?" The black-robed woman clenched her teeth and sighed. "Apart from the 4 emissaries of the netherworld, there is also Her Majesty the Queen. However, Her Majesty the Queen is now in closed-door cultivation. We took the initiative to encircle and annihilate you. Her Majesty does not know about this." Her Majesty the Queen? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He did not expect the Queen to exist in this place, so he continued to ask, "Then, where is this place?" The black-robed woman looked at Zhuowen in surprise and said, "This is the body of the Luo Yanjing. You have broken into it, and yet you don't know where this place is? The Luo Yanjing? It is the Luo Yanjing." Chapter 17:20. The 11th floor. At this moment, Zhuowen's brows were tightly furrowed. In the sea, Xiaohe and Cheng Huang seemed to be in an uproar. They were arguing noisily and looked extremely agitated. Zhuowen immediately realized that this so-called Luo Yin whale was not simple. So he asked in his heart, "Xiaohe, Xiao Huang, do you two know this Luo Yin whale?" At this moment, Xiaohe and Cheng Huang's surging emotions calmed down slightly. Xiaohe inhaled a deep breath of air and said in a deep voice, "I know. How can I not know? No wonder I do not recognize this place. It turns out that this is the interior of the smoke whale. However, why did the teleportation formation send us into the interior of the smoke whale? Perhaps the exit of the teleportation array was sucked into the Luo Yin whale's body for some reason. That's why Zhuowen appeared in the Luo Yin whale's body after entering the teleportation array. After all, the Luo Yin whale is extremely gluttonous," Cheng Huang said calmly. Xiaohe nodded. Cheng Huang's explanation was the most reasonable, but Zhuowen was still confused. He could not help but ask, "What is the smoke whale?" "He actually has a small world inside his body. This," Xiaohe said in a deep voice, "let's talk about the smoke whale when the time comes. Once you are completely out of the smoke whale, this dragon lord will tell you the origin of this smoke whale. This guy is inextricably linked to the war 10,000 years ago." Although Zhuowen had a lot of doubts in his heart, since Xiaohe said so, Zhuowen naturally did not ask. It seemed that if he wanted to know the origin of the Luo Yanjing, he would have to go out. Just now, Zhuowen's psychological change was completed in an instant. Although there was a change in his expression, it didn't change much. Moreover, he quickly regained his calm, so the black-robed woman didn't see any clues. "I did not mean to intrude, so it's understandable that I don't know where this place is, right?" Zhuowen said calmly. The black-robed woman nodded and didn't ask any further. She continued, "With my current authority, I can only bring you to the 11th floor. As for the 12th floor, I'm unable to enter it. Why? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Because the 12th floor is where the queen is in seclusion this time. Moreover, only the queen can enter that place. If you don't want to die, I'd advise you not to enter the 12th floor. That's not a place you can enter, said the black-robed woman. What kind of existence is the queen you speak of? Are they very strong? Zhuowen asked. The black-robed woman's eyes were filled with fear. She said, she's more than strong. She's the ruler of this place and the central controller of the Luo Yin whale. The queen has the power to dominate the entire small world. When the queen is at her peak, she can even awaken the Luo Yin whale and make it fight for her. However, since the Luo Yin whale fell into a deep sleep and the first queen died, all the other queens were unable to awaken the Luo Yin whale. Even so, the queen is still the ruler of this small world. She's an existence that can't be defied. Zhuowen frowned slightly. According to the black-robed woman, the so-called queen should be the ruler of this small world. Moreover, the queen was not the only one. Instead, there was a succession of queens. Although Zhuowen didn't know what the Luo Yin whale was, the beast's body contained a small world. It could be seen that this beast was extraordinary. The queen was definitely not ordinary to be able to control such a terrifying giant beast. Of course, from the black-robed woman's description, Zhuowen knew that the only one who could really control the Luo Yin whale was the first queen, who had already died. How can I get out of here? From the black-robed woman's words, Zhuowen knew that the queen was not easy to deal with. Therefore, he didn't want to meet the queen. Now, he just wanted to know how to get out of here. There are transmission arrays on the 11th and 12th floors. You can leave the small world. After I take you to the 11th floor, you can use the transmission array on the 11th floor to leave the interior of the Luo Yin whale. However, you must promise not to kill me, the black-robed woman said. Okay, Zhuowen said calmly. Now, can you open the entrance to the 11th floor? The black-robed woman sighed softly. Soon after, she arrived at a rather remote corner of the stone room. She gently knocked on the surface of a brick, emitting a ding-dong sound. After 3 consecutive knocks, the brick actually caved in. Then, Zhuowen saw a ring-shaped depression in the center of the stone room ceiling. Zhuowen carried the black-robed woman, stepped with his right foot, and swept to the depression. Then, he pressed his right hand against the depression and gently pushed it. The depression was easily pushed up like a well cover and was lifted by Zhuowen. After lifting the depression, Zhuowen saw blood sprinkling down from the top. However, Zhuowen didn't immediately go to the 11th floor. He slowly landed on the 10th floor. With a wave of his sleeve, all the immortal corpses in the 10th floor stone room were swept into the spiritual ring. These immortal corpses still had primordial spirits. Although most of these primordial spirits were dim and their energy was about to dry up, they were still very useful to Zhuowen. You go up first, Zhuowen said coldly to the black-robed woman. The black-robed woman looked bitter. Then, under Zhuowen's control, she swept into the 11th floor, followed by Zhuowen. This was a blood-red world. When Zhuowen appeared on the 11th floor, he was so stimulated by the surging blood light that he narrowed his eyes. When he opened them, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What appeared in front of him was no longer the stone room from before, but pieces of meat walls. These meat walls were like walls separated around Zhuowen, and the top was a dome. The surface of these meat walls was covered with crisscrossing veins. These veins were even constantly wriggling and twitching. What shocked Zhuowen the most was not the flesh walls and meridians, but the densely packed blood-red tentacles that covered the flesh walls. Moreover, the tentacles had thorns at their tips, and there were dried corpses hanging from them. These dried corpses were much more miserable than the immortal corpses in the 10th floor stone room. Their bodies were shriveled, and their skin was pitch black. Ribs could be vaguely seen, and they were full of death. Moreover, there were too many corpses like this, densely covering the surrounding meat walls. There were many more corpses here than on the 10th floor. Zhuowen looked over and calculated that there were no less than tens of thousands of corpses here. This was an extremely terrifying number. However, Zhuowen found that the corpses here were not like those on the 10th floor, where they were all immortal corpses. He even saw the old, weak, women, and children among them. There was no fluctuation of saint power on these corpses, and they were obviously not warriors. This should be the feeding ground of the smoke whale. Basically, all the living things that are swallowed by the smoke whale will be placed here for it to absorb and replenish its own spiritual essence, Xiao He said in a deep voice. Zhuowen was expressionless as he followed behind the black-robed woman. Even Zhuowen didn't want to stay here any longer. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were silent. As they went deeper into this place, Zhuowen became more and more indifferent, and there was even a trace of killing intent in his eyes. This was because there were too many corpses here, and there were many mortals involved. The smoke whales seemed to be hungry, and no matter if it was a powerful warrior or a mortal, or even some powerful metabeasts, they were all sucked in and became its own nutrients. Along the way, Zhuowen even saw the corpses of celestial immortals. Originally, Zhuowen wanted to check on the corpses, but the surrounding tentacles were like tigresses protecting their cubs, attacking Zhuowen one after another. This forced Zhuowen to give up checking on the corpses. Moreover, as they went deeper, the number of corpses of celestial immortals increased, which made Zhuowen's face turn ugly. Wasn't this smoke whale a little too terrifying? It could absorb so many celestial immortals as its own nutrients and food. Finally, the black-robed woman stopped. She pointed at the meat wall in front of her and said, "There's a magic array up there. You can leave the smoke whale by entering that magic array. You go in first," Zhuowen said coldly. The black-robed woman glanced coldly at Zhuowen and said, "I don't need to lie to you about this kind of thing." After she finished speaking, the black-robed woman took a step forward and arrived in front of the meat wall magic array. Then, her right hand landed on the magic array, and she passed through it without any hindrance. It was as if the meat wall and the magic array had become weak and invisible water at this moment. It seems that the black-robed woman didn't lie to me. This magic array should lead to the outside world. However, before I leave, I must return the remaining yellow spring water droplets from the yellow spring massacre finger to the people of the Qin tribe. Otherwise, they will be helpless when facing the illusion god in the future. Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand and set up a temporary teleportation array. When he was in the tower of the Qin tribe, he had set up a temporary teleportation array just in case. Now it just happened to come in handy. After setting up the teleportation array, Zhuowen pointed with his right hand. Instantly, 10 miles of yellow spring appeared around him. Then, Zhuowen took out 100,000 yellow spring water droplets from the yellow spring. With a flick of his finger, the remaining yellow spring water droplets rustled and poured into the teleportation array. The reason why Zhuowen did this was not only out of kindness, but also on purpose. This place had the illusion god, a sinful creature. Letting the people of this tribe cultivate the yellow spring massacre finger and cultivate the yellow spring water droplets was the fastest way. Furthermore, Zhuowen had left behind a teleportation array in the tribe. In the future, if the tribe developed the massacring finger of the netherworld, he could use the teleportation array to transfer the netherworld water droplets from the tribe to himself and develop the true power of the massacring finger of the netherworld. It could be said that this was the most correct method. At this moment, when the people of the Qin tribe saw that Zhuowen had yet to return, some of them began to show irritation. All the yellow spring water droplets on their bodies had been taken away by Zhuowen. It could be said that the fruits of their painstaking cultivation had all been taken away. They originally thought that Zhuowen would return the yellow spring water droplets, but after waiting for so long, they still didn't see Zhuowen return. Chapter 17:21. Coffin whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the Qin tribesmen were feeling vexed and suspicious, the tower in the middle of the tribe suddenly trembled. Immediately, the water of the yellow springs gushed out and covered the sky above the tribe. Whoosh! The water of the yellow springs dispersed from the sky and turned into droplets of yellow springs water. They fell like raindrops and entered the tribesmen's bodies. The people who were originally suspicious also fell silent. They looked at the countless yellow springs water droplets from afar and the powerful energy that came with the yellow springs water droplets entering their bodies. Many people felt a trace of guilt in their hearts. Master Zhuo saved our tribe and brought us the finger of yellow springs, helping us escape from the abyss of suffering. Master is our benefactor. Shouldn't our tribe be grateful and sing his praises? Alai, who had been silent, suddenly looked around at the tribesmen with cold eyes. Then he suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards the tower. His voice thundered through the entire tribe. After Alai knelt on the ground, Miao Yi and Ai Yong and Kong Yi also knelt on the ground. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and guilt. There is no doubt that the three of them had been influenced by others and had also been suspicious of Zhuowen. However, Alai did not. He had always believed in Zhuowen. He would never forget the back of that figure that appeared in front of him the moment he was about to be killed by the feminine man. From that moment on, the fanaticism and respect in his heart reached an unprecedented level. He secretly swore that he would be loyal to that figure who saved his life. After Alai and the other three knelt, the rest of the tribesmen also knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with shame. In front of the meat wall, Zhuowen transferred the remaining yellow springs water droplets into the teleportation array. His eyes flashed as he stared at the teleportation array on the meat wall in front of him. "It's time to go out," Zhuowen murmured. Just as he was about to step forward, the Buddha demon eye between his brows suddenly wriggled and let out a strange, buzzing sound. What made Zhuowen even more astonished was that the Buddha demon eye actually left his forehead and shot out in a certain direction. This Zhuowen was stunned. However, when he came back to his senses, he followed the Buddha demon eye without hesitation. His heart was filled with doubt. The Buddha demon eye's strange behavior really made Zhuowen confused. He did not know where the Buddha demon eye was going. However, Zhuowen knew that there was something here that was attracting the Buddha demon eye. As for what it was, Zhuowen did not know. The speed of the Buddha demon eye was extremely quick, and it was extremely familiar with this meat wall. Very quickly, it came to a stop in the depths of the left side. Its buzzing sound became increasingly frequent, and Zhuowen could even feel a deep sense of sorrow from this buzzing sound. When Zhuowen stopped here, he found that this place was actually an isolated space. Of course, this space was surrounded by a meat wall, and the surface of the meat wall was covered with many tentacles. However, this space was quite strange because there were no corpses on the tentacles. The tentacles here were densely packed as they extended towards the center of the space. The ends of these tentacles were actually connected to a huge coffin. The surface of the coffin was golden, as if it was made of gold. The densely packed tentacles extended from the flesh wall and completely wrapped around the golden coffin in the center. Zhuowen stared at the huge golden coffin. His mind trembled as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. The pressure emitted from the surface of the golden coffin gave him a sense of fear from the depths of his soul. This kind of pressure did not directly affect the body, but the depths of the soul. It was as if at this moment, this pressure invaded Zhuowen's soul, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily have the urge to prostrate himself in worship. It was as if Zhuowen was facing his natural enemy at this moment. A strong fear that he could not get rid of rose in his heart. The moment he saw the golden coffin, a voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind, telling him to kneel on the ground and prostrate himself in worship towards the golden coffin. Zhuowen could not help but retreat in shock. He did not dare to approach the golden coffin at all. What kind of existence is inside the golden coffin? It emits such a strange pressure. Also, why did the Buddha demon suddenly leave and come here? Could it be that the existence in the golden coffin is related to the Buddha demon eye? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice as an absurd thought suddenly appeared in his mind. The Buddha demon eye was the famous treasure of the fighting Buddha demon saint in ancient times. When the Buddha demon eye was mentioned, one would naturally think of the fighting Buddha demon saint. However, now that the Buddha demon Eye had such a great reaction to the golden coffin, Zhuowen could not help but suspect whether the existence in the golden coffin was the fighting Buddha demon saint. Maybe it really is the warring Buddha demon sage. The aura of the existence inside the golden coffin is very terrifying. It is likely a true immortal stage existence. However, the warring Buddha demon sage had an illustrious reputation in ancient times. To think that he would end up in the belly of the smoke whale. I wonder what happened during the war back then. Xiao He said with a frown. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He looked at Xiao He and said in a deep voice, "If the fighting Buddha demon saint is really in the golden coffin, then what should we do now? Do we plan to save the fighting Buddha demon saint in the golden coffin?" However, Xiao He shook her head and said, "Can't you see that this is the core of the entire flesh wall space? If you do anything strange, it will definitely cause the countless tentacles here to go crazy. At that time, you will definitely die. You're too weak now. If you are strong enough in the future, you may be able to take out the golden coffin. However, you are powerless now." Upon hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. His thoughts were similar to Xiao He's. He did not want to attract the attention of the smoke whale now. It was better to be as careful as possible. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's thoughts moved, and he intended to take back the Buddha demon eye. Buzz. However, the Buddha demon eye buzzed and rejected Zhuowen's thoughts. Zhuowen groaned, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Evil creature, it actually resisted me directly." Zhuowen's face turned ugly. At this moment, the Buddha demon eye did not pay any attention to Zhuowen. Instead, it buzzed sorrowfully. With a swoosh, it turned into a residual shadow and swept toward the golden coffin. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Perhaps feeling the power of the Buddha demon eye, the tentacles wrapped around the golden coffin suddenly swept out and smashed toward the Buddha demon eye. The Buddha demon eye blinked, and the Buddha light and the demon light swept out at the same time. The two energies merged and turned into a surging giant hand. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the Buddha demon hand appeared, the tentacles that swept over collapsed and dissipated as soon as they touched the Buddha demon hand. Swoosh! The speed of the Buddha demon hand was extremely fast. In an instant, it had already reached the surface of the golden coffin. Soon after, the Buddha demon hand abruptly grabbed onto it and ruthlessly tore it apart. The countless tentacles that were wrapped around the surface of the golden coffin were completely torn apart by the Buddha demon hand. However, there were too many tentacles wrapped around a golden coffin. The Buddha demon hand's tearing was just a drop in the ocean. However, the tearing of the golden coffin aroused the anger of the surrounding flesh walls. The surrounding flesh walls began to squirm violently. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, more tentacles began to sweep out from the surrounding flesh walls. These tentacles were much thicker than the ones wrapped around the golden coffin. Moreover, there were many more tentacles on the surface of the tentacles. Seeing so many tentacles, Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated, wanting to leave this space. Unfortunately, the entrance to this space had been sealed by countless tentacles at some point in time. Damn it, slaughtering finger of the underworld, break. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He pointed his right finger, and 100,000 underworld water droplets condensed into a huge underworld blade. He slashed down and heavily chopped at the countless tentacles at the entrance. Although he had cut off many tentacles, unfortunately, there were too many tentacles at the entrance. Moreover, after Zhuowen had cut off a portion of them, many more tentacles had emerged from the meat wall to fill in the gaps of the tentacles that had been cut off. There was a faint feeling that weeds could not be burned out, but would grow again when the spring breeze blew. These tentacles recover too quickly. If you want to leave, you have to cut all the tentacles in front of you into pieces in one go, Xiao He said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with bitterness. There were too many tentacles in front of him. With his current strength, how could he cut them all in one go? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, Zhuan heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Zhuo Wen's eyes turned cold as he stomped on the ground with his right foot and spread out his lightning wings. He dodged the tentacles behind him at lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. However, the main target of these tentacles was not Zhuowen, but the Buddha demon eye floating in the air. Therefore, it was not particularly difficult for Zhuowen to deal with them. At this moment, the Buddha demon eye and the endless tentacles were engaged in a fierce battle. The power of the Buddha demon eye was indeed terrifying. It was extremely proficient in the use of both Buddha and demon energies. The Buddha demon eye even automatically triggered the Buddha's 9 kowtows to heaven and demon's 10 perilous land skills. What made Zhuowen even more depressed was that the Buddha demon eye had directly used the 9 kowtows to heaven and the 10 perilous land skills, the 2 strongest skills. It should be known that even if Zhuowen had the Buddha demon eye, he could only use the 5 kowtows to heaven and the 6 perilous land skills at most. However, the Buddha demon eye had used so much effort to save its original owner. This made Zhuowen feel quite unbalanced. Although the Buddha demon eye's combat power was terrifying, the tentacles that grew out from the surrounding flesh walls were not to be trifled with. Although countless tentacles were blasted into pieces by the Buddha demon eye, there were too many tentacles. They were densely packed together, and it was almost impossible to kill them all. Chapter 17:22. Ancient Buddha and Ancient Devil Roar. Roar, roar. As the battle grew more intense, the flesh walls let out ear-piercing howls, as if they were enraged. The surrounding flesh walls began to shrink, and the tentacles that grew out began to converge, finally forming the image of a huge and terrifying blood-colored whale. The blood-colored whale was like a blood-colored bolt of lightning as it charged towards the Buddha demon eye. Wherever it passed, a fierce hurricane would sweep up. Zhuo, who was standing in a corner, was only slightly affected by the hurricane. However, he felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. Zhuo was so shocked that he hurriedly used various methods to protect himself. Only then was he able to barely block the hurricane's attack. The Buddha demon eye coldly stared at the incoming blood-colored whale. In the eye, golden light and black light constantly intertwined. In the end, the golden light and black light on the surface of the Buddha demon eye tacitly split into 2 sides, half golden and half black. Gotcha! Under Zhuowen's shocked gaze, the Buddha demon eye split into 2. One was golden, while the other was demonic. After the Buddha demon eye split, half of the Buddha demon eye's Buddhist light soared into the sky, forming a huge Buddha shadow. The other half of the demon eye's demonic light shone, forming an evil demonic shadow. Regardless of whether it was the Buddha shadow or the demonic shadow, both gave Zhuowen a great shock. The Buddha shadow and the demonic shadow formed by the Buddha demon eye were much stronger than the Buddha shadow and the demonic shadow that Zhuowen had formed when he first used the Buddha demon eye. In fact, Zhuowen now had an extremely absurd feeling. The Buddha shadow in front of him was the origin of all Buddhas, and the demonic shadow was the origin of all demons. The Buddha was the origin of all Buddhist power, and the demon was the origin of all demons. The two were not ordinary Buddhas and demons, but the origin of Buddhas and demons. They were ancient Buddhas and ancient demons. At the beginning of heaven and earth, there were ancient Buddhas and ancient demons. Buddhas and demons were originally at odds with each other. Therefore, the ancient Buddhas and ancient demons fought a great war, shattering the 9 provinces and collapsing heaven and earth. In the end, the ancient Buddhas and ancient demons perished together. In the future, a monk who cultivated Buddhism and demons came to the beginning of heaven and earth and collected the origins of the ancient Buddhas and demons. With great wisdom and perseverance, he fused the 2 origins of the Buddhas and demons, finally forming the Buddha demon eye, Shao Heichik, the Buddha demon eyes demon and demon eyes Buddha demon eye. The Buddha demon eye, demon and Buddha demon eye. These two great phantoms were the origin of Buddha and demon. They were not something that ordinary Buddha and demon could compare to. The moment Zhuo Wen's gaze landed on the ancient Buddha and ancient devil's eyes, he was completely shocked. In those eyes, he could see everything in the world. It was as if the world was evolving. In those eyes, there was a flourishing world. All forms are not forms. All living beings are not living beings. The ancient Buddha's lips opened slightly as he chanted a mysterious scripture. Immediately, a Buddhist light emerged above his head and turned into a wheel of light. This light wheel was too dazzling, and Zhuo couldn't even open his eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, the blood whale's speed was very fast. In an instant, it was in front of the ancient Buddha. With a howl, its huge tail whizzed over. Instantly, countless splashing sounds could be heard. The ancient Buddha pinched his orchid fingers and struck out with a finger. Buddha light shot out in all directions and blasted the tail of the blood whale. Immediately, the blood whale abruptly retreated several hundred steps. Its entire body actually collapsed with a bang and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. However, this blood whale was extremely strange. After it exploded into a bloody mist, the surrounding bloody mist actually gathered together and reformed into a new blood whale. Moreover, the new blood whale was even bigger than before. Puff! Puff! At the same time, on the surface of the surrounding flesh wall, acupoints opened one after another like pairs of eyes. Then, terrifying surges of blood gushed out from these acupoints. There were too many acupoints. Countless streams of blood gushed out and formed a terrifying sea of blood in this space. This sea of blood gave Zhuo an extremely great sense of danger. It was as if he was contaminated by even the slightest bit of this sea of blood, his entire body would collapse and he would die on the spot. At this moment, Zhuo no longer held back. He immediately took out the Azure Dragon Palace and stepped into it. Standing in the middle of the Azure Dragon Square, Zhuo formed a seal with his right hand and completely closed the Azure Dragon Palace. Not long after Zhuo entered the Azure Dragon Hall, the sea of blood churned and surged with sky-shocking waves, slamming down. The entire blood-colored flesh wall space shook violently, and the Azure Dragon Hall was swept away by the sea of blood, drifting with the waves. Even though Zhuo had hidden in the Azure Dragon Hall, he was still greatly affected. His entire body swayed, and he could not stand steadily. In fact, he could still easily smell the bloody stench, even with the Azure Dragon Hall as a barrier. The smell of blood was very strong and contained a pungent smell of corrosion. Zhuo could even hear the sound of corrosion coming from the surface of the Azure Dragon Palace. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon Palace was not an ordinary object. Although the surface of the Azure Dragon Palace was corroded by the sea of blood, it recovered at an extremely fast speed. After all, the Azure Dragon Palace was a true immortal sacred artifact. It was the proud work of the Azure Dragon Taoist. Even without Zhuo's control, it had a powerful self-healing ability. Even a true immortal would find it difficult to destroy the Azure Dragon Palace with his bare hands. Master, let me out quickly. I smell delicious food. Master, please let me out quickly. Suddenly, the Blood Immortal's impatient voice came from the spiritual ring, which made Zhuo frown slightly. Zhuo flicked his finger, and the Blood Immortal's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as the Blood Immortal appeared, her eyes were filled with greed as she looked at the sea of blood outside the Azure Dragon Palace. She quickly said, Master, the blood force in the sea of blood is extremely strong. You have to help me absorb this blood force. I can feel that the opportunity for me to break through and become an immortal depends on the blood force in the sea of blood. Zhuo's eyes flashed. He remembered that when he came in, the flesh wall had spat out blood mist twice. The blood mist was absorbed by the Blood Immortal. Zhuo knew that the sea of blood and the blood mist before should be the blood of the Luo Yin whale. He did not expect the blood of the Luo Yin whale to be so suitable for the Blood Immortal's cultivation. However, When Zhuowen remembered that the blood immortal was originally a blood devil, he felt a lot more at ease. The Blood Devil clan originally relied on blood power to cultivate, and the Blood Devil was refined into a blood immortal by him. So the need for blood power was even greater. The Luo Yin whale looked like an extremely powerful creature. The blood force in the blood of such a creature must be extremely strong. In the eyes of the blood immortal, the blood of the Luo Yin whale was nourishment. The blood force in the sea of blood is too strong, and there's a great battle outside. It is not a good time to go out now, Zhuowen said coldly. The blood immortal was a bit impatient. The temptation of the blood immortal was too great. She wanted to rush out immediately. Now that Zhuowen forbade her from going out, she immediately became ferocious. Zhuowen, are you afraid that after I go out and absorb the blood immortal, my strength will increase greatly and I will become an immortal? You will not be my opponent and will not be able to control me. That is why you're stopping me, right? You are so narrow-minded. I, the blood immortal, have followed you wholeheartedly. If you let me out now and let me absorb the blood immortal, my strength will increase greatly after I become an immortal. It will be a great help to you, but you don't want to. You're just unhappy, right? If you are unhappy, then I will become an immortal before you. The blood immortal was flustered and exasperated. At this moment, the blood immortal's mouth was like a cannon. She said some very unpleasant words. At this moment, the blood immortal had completely lost her mind. However, Zhuowen just looked at the blood immortal indifferently. He did not respond, but just looked at her quietly. The blood immortal was a bit scared, and even her voice became lower. She knew that something was wrong and immediately shut up. Speak, why did you stop? Zhuowen said lightly. The blood immortal immediately smiled and said, Master, I was a bit impulsive just now. The blood immortal was really too good for me, so I lost my mind for a moment. I hope Master will not blame me. Lost your mind? Then I will make you wake up. Zhuowen said lightly. He formed a seal with his right hand, and suddenly dozens of blood-colored seals appeared and entered the blood immortal's body. The blood immortal immediately screamed and rolled on the ground, begging for mercy from Zhuowen. Before the battle outside stops, you will stay in the spirit ring. When it is time to give you benefits, you will not be left out. Now, you better reflect on yourself. With that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately put the blood immortal into the spirit ring. He did not care about the blood immortal's begging at all. At this moment, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the Buddha and the blood whale that were fighting outside with great seriousness. The battle between the two was getting more and more intense. The entire blood sea kept rolling, and it often set off horrifying blood-colored waves. The Azure Dragon Palace that was drifting with the waves was even more affected. Zhuowen could only try his best to control the Azure Dragon Palace and stay far away from the battle. As for the ancient devil standing in the distance, he opened his demonic eyes that shot out demonic light in all directions. He coldly glanced at the Buddha figure and the blood whale, who were engaged in a fierce battle. He even glanced at Zhuowen, who was in the Azure Dragon Hall. The moment the ancient devil looked over, Zhuowen's heart suddenly tightened. The ancient devil's gaze gave him a lot of pressure. It made his heart tremble, as if there was an unbearable mountain pressing down on him. Fortunately, the ancient devil's gaze did not stay on Zhuowen for too long. His demonic eyes fell on the golden coffin that was surrounded by countless tentacles not far away. His eyes shone with a shocking cold light. So, the ancient devil took a step forward, and his black robe fluttered. Demonic light poured out like ink. He instantly flew above the golden coffin. His right hand grabbed the air, and he pulled out a demonic sword that was dozens of feet long. The hilt of the demonic sword was made of white bones. At the intersection of the blade and hilt, there was a small skull. The skull's empty eyes were bursting with green flames. The blade of the demonic sword was surrounded by a misty, demonic aura. This demonic aura lingered from the tip of the sword to the hilt, and it transformed into a small demonic dragon. Slash! The ancient devil's gaze was extremely cold. He softly spat out these words, and with the demonic sword in his hand, he suddenly slashed down. Chapter 17:23. Fighting Buddha Demon, Saint. As the demon sword fell, a large amount of demon chi soared into the sky, forming a terrifying black cloud in the sky. The black cloud covered the sky. When the black cloud had completely covered the entire space, a demon rain began to fall from the depths of the black cloud. The black raindrops fell from the black cloud, revealing a trace of demon chi. Under the demon rain, the demon sword finally hit the countless tentacles on the surface of the golden coffin. Immediately, the tentacles spat out a large amount of blood mist. Then, under the demon sword's sword light, they were completely destroyed. Bang, bang, bang. The tentacles exploded, and the restraints on the surface of the golden coffin fell off. The golden coffin fell to the ground with a dull explosion. Roar, roar. When Ancient Devil held the demon sword and cut off the tentacles on the surface of the golden coffin, it completely enraged the surrounding flesh wall. The surrounding flesh wall began to wriggle violently again. Countless blood-red tentacles flew out and gathered together, forming many blood whales. This time, the flesh wall did not only form one blood whale, but more than 10. After the 10 blood whales formed, they went crazy and rushed toward Ancient Devil. After forming more than 10 blood whales, the flesh wall did not stop. It spat out even more blood water. In an instant, almost 2/3 of the entire space was covered by the blood sea. With the help of the blood sea, the blood whale's aura and power had increased tremendously. Ancient Devil squinted his eyes and slashed with the demon sword in his right hand. A huge black crescent-shaped sword light slashed out. Suddenly, more than 10 blood whales exploded into a large amount of blood mist. Waves of wailing sounds could be heard. Unfortunately, after the blood whales exploded into a blood mist, they reformed their bodies after merging with the blood sea. Their aura was even stronger than before. They were like cockroaches that could not be killed. Just like that, a dozen blood whales and the Ancient Devil fought. Although the blood whales were blasted into blood mist again and again, they were able to revive each time. And as the number of revivals increased, the power of the blood whales continued to increase. In a short period of time, the Ancient Devil, who had been attacking fiercely, was actually entangled by the dozen or so blood whales. As time passed, the Ancient Devil began to lose ground. On the other side, the Ancient Buddha was still fighting with the blood whale. However, the blood whale that the Ancient Buddha was facing now was much larger in size and aura. In the past, the blood whale was only 300 meters tall, but now it had reached a height of 3,000 meters and was on par with the Ancient Buddhas. The Ancient Buddhas were even being suppressed by the power of the blood sea. Little friend, can you help me open the coffin? You were able to obtain the Buddha Demon Eye, which means that there is karma between you and me. There must be a cause and effect. Since you obtained the Buddha Demon Eye and came into the body of a Luo Yin whale, this is the cause. Relying on the Buddha Demon Eye, you found my coffin. This is the fruit. This is the feeding ground of the smoke whale, which is extremely difficult to deal with. If you were to rely on yourself, it would be impossible to escape. Only by borrowing my power can you escape. Zhuowen, who had been paying attention to the battle between the Ancient Buddha and the Ancient Devil, suddenly heard a weak voice in his head. The voice was very soft, but to Zhuowen's ears, it was unusually clear. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He could not help but ask, "Who are you?" "Little friend, there is no need to panic. Don't you have any idea who I am? Apart from you, who else is here?" The weak voice chuckled. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and looked at the golden coffin. He said, "You are in the golden coffin? You are the fighting Buddha demon saint?" "Yes. Little friend, I have been trapped in the smoke whale for too long. Finally, I have found you. You have obtained my Buddha Demon Eye, which means that you have karma with me. Now, if you let me out, you will save yourself." The weak voice sounded again. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He frowned and looked at the golden coffin not far away. He was sure that the fighting Buddha demon saint was in the golden coffin. Otherwise, the Buddha demon I would not have reacted so strongly. Moreover, Zhuan had a vague understanding. When he obtained the Buddha demon eye, it was not only because of his good luck. Perhaps it had something to do with the fighting Buddha demon saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in the Luo Yin Jing's body out of nowhere, and he wouldn't have found the coffin of the fighting Buddha demon saint in the Luo Yin Jing's body. All of this had already been planted when he first obtained the Buddha demon eye. However, this karma made Zhuan feel very uncomfortable. After all, it made him feel like he had been set up. Perhaps the Dojan Buddha demon sage had also sensed Zhuan's emotional fluctuations. He sighed softly and said, "Although I am suspected of scheming, I have indeed been trapped in here for too long. I had no choice but to use this method. Little friend, I will definitely not treat you unfairly for saving me. If you have any requests, I will agree to them." Zhuan's expression eased when he heard that. He stared at the golden coffin and pondered for a moment before saying, "Senior, after I save you this time, I want the Buddha demon eye and your strongest celestial technique." As soon as these words were spoken, the weak voice fell silent for a long time, and then it resounded once more. "I can give you my strongest immortal art, but I can't give you the Buddha demon eye." The Buddha demon eye is where my essence lies, and it's impossible for me to bring forth my peak combat strength without it. Of course, I will not treat you unfairly. After I escape, I can help you 3 times. This should be enough to make up for the Buddha demon eye, right? Zhuan furrowed his brows. The power of the Buddha demon eye was terrifying, and Zhuan was extremely envious of it. However, he also knew that it was the fighting Buddha demon saint who had arranged for him to obtain the Buddha demon eye. This was also the reason why he could not unleash the full power of the Buddha demon eye even though he had obtained it. With the fighting Buddha demon saint's existence, even if the former was willing to give the Buddha demon eye to him, the Buddha demon eye would probably not agree. Thinking of this, Zhuan felt a little helpless. However, it was not a loss to be able to exchange for 3 chances for the fighting Buddha demon saint to help him. After all, the fighting Buddha demon saint was a very famous existence in ancient times. He was an existence at the peak of the true immortal realm. He was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. In the entire central region, there were not many existences that could be compared to the fighting Buddha demon saint. Of course, the divine master and old man that he had met in the Broken Skull Abyss should be comparable to the fighting Buddha demon saint. After all, the pressure that the two of them gave Zhuan was very terrifying. After thinking about it, Zhuan also knew that this was a deal that was beneficial to him. After all, with his current situation, it was very difficult for him to escape this place with his own strength. Deal. However, how do I open the golden coffin? Zhuan took a deep breath and said, "I will teach you a chant. Follow the handprint in the chant and strike the outside of the coffin. I have already set up an extremely powerful escape formation inside the coffin for countless years. Now, you only need to strike the handprint and you'll be able to completely open the golden coffin," the fighting Buddha demon saint said. After saying that, the Dojan Buddha demon saint passed on a rather mysterious chant to Zhuan. Although the chant was profound, it was not difficult for Zhuan to comprehend it with his cultivation. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the chant had been simplified by the fighting Buddha demon saint. Therefore, it was more convenient for him to comprehend it. After about half an incense stick's time, Zhuan slowly opened his eyes. He had already memorized the chant. As long as he was close to the golden coffin, he would be able to use the chant to open the golden coffin. However, Zhuan looked at the dense blood sea in front of the golden coffin and the countless blood-red tentacles in the blood sea. His face became extremely solemn. The golden coffin was actually only a few hundred meters away from Zhuan. However, due to the blood sea and the tentacles, this distance had become somewhat difficult. These tentacles are extremely sensitive to a true immortal saint weapon like the Black Dragon Palace. I am afraid that I cannot bring the Black Dragon Palace along. Otherwise, I will definitely be detected by the flesh wall. I am afraid that I will be besieged by these tentacles. After thinking about it, Zhuan gave up on relying on the Black Dragon Palace. Instead, he waved his sleeve and summoned the Blood Immortal. Master, I was wrong. Please don't torture me anymore. The Blood Immortal immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Zhuan pointed at the Blood Immortal's body and took back all of the blood imprints. The Blood Immortal let out a sigh of relief and quickly revealed a flattering smile. This time when we go out, you will help me to the golden coffin in front of us. At that time, if you want to absorb the blood sea outside, it is up to you, Zhuan said lightly. Hearing this, the Blood Immortal immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. She quickly bowed and said, Thank you, Master. I will do my best to help you to the golden coffin. There will be no mistakes. Let's go. Zhuan waved his sleeve and immediately opened the door of the Black Dragon Palace. Then, the Blood Immortal suddenly rushed out and dived into the blood sea. She could not help but moan in a low voice. The Blood Immortal's body was covered with dense blood thunder. These blood thunder were like a whale sucking in water, constantly absorbing the blood force in the blood sea around them. At the same time, the Blood Immortal's body, which was dozens of feet tall, suddenly expanded to more than 10 feet tall. He landed in front of the palace door with a flattering smile. He bent down and said to Zhuan with a smile, Master, quickly get on the little Blood Immortal's back. The little Blood Immortal will go to the golden coffin as soon as possible. Zhuan's face was expressionless. He stepped onto the Blood Immortal's back. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and put the Black Dragon Palace into the spiritual ring. The Blood Immortal roared and stepped on the ground with her right palm. She immediately dived into the blood sea like a fish in water. Her speed was extremely fast as she headed toward the golden coffin not far away. The golden coffin was at the bottom of the blood sea. Although it was only a few hundred meters deep, the blood sea's resistance was great. It was also covered with dense tentacles. It was difficult for the Black Dragon Palace to reach the bottom. However, what made Zhuan happy was that the Blood Immortal's speed was extremely fast. Her speed did not decrease in the blood sea. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 1724. Opening the coffin, Master, I'm counting on you. The Blood Immortal stomped on the ground, and the blood thunder spread out. She was very fast and dodged the tentacles around her. However, there were too many tentacles, and she couldn't dodge all of them. So, she had to leave the rest to Zhuan. Zhuan nodded and immediately took out the 1st and 9th Yongdao sword. At the same time, he used the slaughter finger of Acheron. It turned into a huge yellow whirlpool. Basically, all the tentacles that came were blocked. Soon, the Blood Immortal brought Zhuan a few dozen meters away from the golden coffin. With the Blood Immortal's current speed, she only needed one breath to reach it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the blood sea around them began to roll and formed many whirlpools in the water. Then, the surrounding tentacles went crazy and quickly gathered in front of the Blood Immortal from all directions and turned into a very thick red wall. And on the left and right sides of the Blood Immortal, there were even more tentacles that wrapped around the Blood Immortal like an inescapable net. Oh my God, Master, what should we do? There are too many of these things. How can we break through? The Blood Immortal complained to herself and began to retreat. Zhuan's face was also a bit pale. There were too many tentacles around them. With Zhuan's current trump card, the only way to fight against so many tentacles was to explode his primordial spirit. But soon, Zhuan thought of the eyeball that was still playing dead in his robe. He put his right hand into his collar and pulled the eyeball out. At this moment, the eyeball kept rolling, and it even rolled its eyes at Zhuan in a very human-like way, as if Zhuan had disturbed its good dream. Zhuan pointed at the wall formed by countless tentacles in front of them and said in a low voice, "Help me break that tentacle wall." The eyeball rolled its eyes at Zhuan again, and then it blinked at the wall in front of it. Suddenly, a black lightning flashed out. Whoosh! The black lightning was extremely sharp, and it hit the wall formed by the tentacles and easily broke the wall into pieces. Go! Zhuowen's eyes lit up with joy. The black lightning produced by the eyeball was indeed extraordinary. It could easily shatter the barrier formed by the tentacles. The blood immortal let out a howl as it turned into a bolt of blood lightning and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was above the golden coffin. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately swept the golden coffin into the Azure Dragon Hall. Soon after, he released the Azure Dragon Hall and quickly entered it. Boom! Boom! The moment Zhuowen entered the Azure Dragon Hall, the surrounding tentacles also arrived and bombarded the surface of the Azure Dragon Hall, causing it to shake violently. In the Azure Dragon Square, Zhuowen let out a light breath. Those tentacles in the sea of blood were not easy to deal with. If he did not have the mysterious eyeball, it would really be difficult for him to break through. Little friend, you can open the coffin now. I'm afraid the Buddha demon, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. A slightly hurried voice came from within the coffin. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. In the end, he followed the incantation given by the fighting Buddha demon saint. He pinched his right hand and hit the surface of the coffin. Creak! Suddenly, the lid of the coffin slowly opened and a vast aura came out from the coffin. This aura was so terrifying that it caused the entire Azure Dragon Hall to shake. In the third heaven of the Azure Dragon Hall, somewhere in the first mountain god, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like torches as they pierced through the heavy fog and landed on the Azure Dragon Square. The fighting Buddha demon saint? Although I knew that this kid had the Buddha demon eye and would definitely have karma with the fighting Buddha demon saint, I did not expect to meet this guy so soon. It seems that entering the smoke whale was the arrangement of the fighting Buddha demon saint. However, this isn't a bad thing for Zhuowen. He might even be able to form a good relationship with the fighting Buddha demon saint. In the future, he might even be able to receive help from the fighting Buddha demon saint. The first mountain god murmured in a low voice. Soon after, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to the Azure Dragon Square. Zhuowen took a few steps back and stared at the open golden coffin with bright eyes. At this moment, wisps of white fog came out from the golden coffin. As the white fog became more and more turbulent, a figure slowly sat up. Zhuowen took a closer look and discovered that this person was bald and as thin as a match. His cheeks were sunken in and his eyes were deeply protruding. Rows of ribs could be vaguely seen on his naked upper body. A string of golden Buddhist beads hung around his neck. Zhuowen carefully looked at the skinny bald monk in front of him and recalled the description of the fighting Buddha demon saint that he had seen when he had obtained the Buddha demon eye. He found that the two were somewhat similar, especially the pair of eyes that were bright and full of vigor. The fighting Buddha demon saint slowly stood up from the coffin and then slowly stepped out of the coffin. With the first step, the fighting Buddha demon saint's originally weak aura gushed out like a volcanic eruption. With the second step, his skinny body slowly swelled up and the wrinkles on his body gradually became round. With the third step, his body grew taller and taller until he was about 10 feet tall. His hunched body also stood up completely. The aura on the fighting Buddha demon saint's body had reached its peak. As it was too terrifying, Zhuowen took a few hundred steps back before he could barely stabilize himself. He stared at the fighting Buddha demon saint in front of him in horror. Amipa, little friend, thank you for releasing me from the shackles. I have stayed in the smoke whale for too long. It has been almost 10,000 years. Every day and night, the energy in my body was sucked away by it. It was not a good feeling. The fighting Buddha demon saint showed a self-deprecating smile. Senior, how do you plan to leave this place? Zhuowen asked respectfully. The fighting Buddha demon saint in front of him was a famous existence in the ancient times. He was at the peak of the true immortal realm. Although his celestial core power had been sucked away by the smoke whale for 10,000 years, and his realm and cultivation had fallen, his strength was still comparable to an ordinary true immortal. The fighting Buddha demon saint raised his head and said proudly, "Let's fight our way out." Zhuowen was stunned. The fighting Buddha demon saint's words were simple, but his tone was full of pride. However, with the fighting Buddha demon saint's strength, he did have the right to say such words. Little friend, you're in the Black Dragon Palace, right? Looks like your luck isn't shallow. You actually managed to obtain something from Taoist Song Long. The fighting Buddha demon saint gave Zhuowen a deep look. Zhuowen looked at the fighting Buddha demon saint and said in a deep voice, "Senior, do you know the Black Dragon Taoist?" The fighting Buddha demon saint laughed and said, "Of course I know him. He's a very interesting guy and also a guy that I admire greatly. I just don't know how the Black Dragon Taoist is doing now. However, after seeing the Black Dragon Palace, I know the guy is either dead or missing like me." Zhuowen was shocked. He did not expect that the fighting Buddha demon saint, who was famous in ancient times, would have such a high evaluation of the Songlong Taoist. It seemed that the Songlong Taoist was not an ordinary person in that era. Let's go. These are all things of the past. Now, the first thing we need to do is to leave the smoke whale. As he said that, the fighting Buddha demon saint walked out of the palace door and took a step forward. Instantly, the surrounding sea of blood surged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The countless tentacles that were originally on the surface of the Black Dragon Palace all rushed towards the fighting Buddha demon saint who had walked out of the Black Dragon Palace. Bang, bang, bang. The fighting Buddha demon saint laughed and waved his sleeves. Suddenly, the tentacles burst into countless blood mists. The fighting Buddha demon saint stepped on the air and rushed towards the surface of the sea of blood like a shuttle. Wherever he passed, the sea of blood burst out with terrifying water pillars. Zhuowen, who was controlling the Black Dragon Palace to follow behind the fighting Buddha demon saint, looked at the scene in shock. The blood that gushed out from the flesh wall was not simple. It had an extremely strong resistance. The fighting Buddha demon saint was able to create such a huge commotion in the sea of blood. It showed how terrifying the former strength was. At this moment, the eyes of the Buddha's shadow and the demon's shadow, who were originally trembling with the blood whale above the sea of blood, shone brightly. They turned into a ray of golden light and a ray of black light. They gathered together in the sky and formed a Buddha demon eye that was alternating between gold and black. The Buddha demon eye broke through the air, and at the same time, the fighting Buddha demon saint rushed out from the depths of the sea of blood. Countless huge waves of blood splashed out, and the Buddha demon eye drilled into the fighting Buddha demon saint's forehead. Ka ka ka. The moment the Buddha demon eye entered the fighting Buddha demon saint's forehead, a strange sound came from the fighting Buddha demon saint's body. Then, the Buddha demon eye on the fighting Buddha demon saint's forehead turned black on the left and gold on the right. In an instant, the left half of the fighting Buddha demon saint's body turned into a demon body and the right half into a Buddha body. The fighting Buddha demon saint at this moment might be the real fighting Buddha demon saint that was feared in the ancient times. The fighting Buddha demon saint clenched his left demon hand, and demon chi gushed out to form a demon blade. Then he clenched his right Buddha hand, and Buddha power gathered to form a Buddhist commandment blade. Today, I'll fight to my heart's content. I've been trapped in the stomach of this nuisance Luo Yin whale for almost 10,000 years. Every day, you've been squeezing my immortal core power. Today, I'm coming out, and I'll teach you a lesson. The Dojan Buddha demon saint grinned and took a step forward. In an instant, he was in front of one of the blood whales. His left demonic hand slashed, and a terrifying demonic aura burst out from his demonic saber, cutting the blood whale into two. Bang, bang, bang. The blood whale exploded into a cloud of blood mist. A demon light shrouded the blood mist. The blood whale that wanted to resurrect with the help of the blood sea collapsed into nothingness. The blood whale that could have been resurrected had lost its chance of resurrection under the slash of the demon blade. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with shock when he saw this scene. He clearly saw that the blood whale that had exploded into a bloody mist was about to be resurrected, but it was directly crushed by a vast amount of mana. Immortal body? How can there be an immortal body in this world? The reason why it's immortal is because it's not powerful enough. In the face of absolute power, even the sky can collapse. The fighting Buddha demon saint laughed. With a demon blade in one hand and a Buddhist commandment blade in the other, he took a step forward. As though he had teleported, he disappeared from the spot and swept past the remaining blood whales. Bang! 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 Chapter 1725. Gullet Roar. 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 The annihilation of more than 10 blood whales angered the flesh wall. The surrounding flesh wall spewed out blood-red tentacles. The tentacles gathered again and formed blood whales. This time, the flesh wall created hundreds of blood whales. They were densely packed in the space of the flesh wall. Great! The Dojan Buddha demon saint let out a long laugh. With a stomp of his foot, he shot out like a bolt of lightning. Every time he arrived in front of a blood whale, the blood whale would explode into a pool of blood, losing any chance of revival. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was following behind Dojan Buddha demon saint, looked at this scene in shock. Zhuowen clearly knew how difficult it was to deal with blood whales when the blood whale fought with the Buddha demon eye. If Zhuowen were to fight against a blood whale, he would definitely be suppressed to death, not to mention so many blood whales. However, Dojan Buddha demon saint seemed to be in an unstoppable state. He flashed out again and again, and the blood whales exploded into nothingness without any resistance. It was a one-sided massacre. Zhuowen stared at Dojan Buddha demon saint, who had both a Buddha body and a demon body at the same time. He completely felt the terror of Dojan Buddha demon saint. This feeling came from the bottom of Zhuowen's heart. Master, for the sake of my meritorious service, can you allow me to absorb the blood outside? Blood Immortal stood behind Zhuowen and stared greedily at the surging blood sea outside the Green Dragon Palace. She couldn't help but lick her lips. Zhuowen glanced at Blood Immortal and said plainly, "Now that the war is about to start, if you don't want to die, you better not go out." Blood Immortal was disappointed when she heard that. Although she was dissatisfied, she didn't dare to vent her anger on Zhuowen. She had been punished deeply before, so she didn't dare to provoke Zhuowen. However, you have indeed contributed. I will open the palace door and draw in some of the blood water for you to cultivate. As soon as Zhuowen finished his words, the Blood Immortal knelt down on the ground excitedly. She said with a flattering smile, "Thank you, Master. You are so wise, selfless, unparalleled, far-sighted, wise, decisive, and perceptive. All right, scram to the palace door. I'll help you draw the blood." Zhuowen kicked the Blood Immortal, and the Blood Immortal immediately gave up. She followed Zhuowen's order with a flattering smile and came to the palace gate. The doors to the hall opened. Zhuowen made a hand seal and guided a portion of the blood water into the Azure Dragon Hall. After gathering the blood water into the size of a small pool, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and closed the doors once more. The Blood Immortal's eyes lit up. She giggled and jumped into the blood pool. She let out a comfortable moan. She felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhuowen. Of course, how long her gratitude could last was debatable. "What bullsh *T blood whale? You are not qualified to trap me." The fighting Buddha demon saint roared. He kicked out and slashed with the Buddhist commandment blade in his right hand. Suddenly, Buddhist chants echoed like an empty valley. Then, countless Buddhist seals appeared in the flesh wall space. These Buddhist seals were densely packed, and there were too many of them. Soon, the remaining blood whales were sealed by the seals and fell into the blood sea one after another. "Master, these blood whales are even more nourishing. I beg you, you must seize them." The Blood Immortal, who was moaning comfortably in the blood pool, saw the blood whales sealed by the Buddhist seals and fell into the blood sea. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but beg Zhuowen, "Are they useful to me?" Zhuowen said calmly, if these blood whales were only useful to the Blood Immortal, he wouldn't take them himself. After all, it wouldn't benefit him at all. "Master, They are more beneficial to you. I can use a secret technique to combine the blood force of these blood whales with your blood essence. Then, these blood whales can become your life substitute. In layman's terms, these blood whales have been refined by me. When you are in danger, these blood whales can die for you. The blood immortal clenched her teeth and said quickly. Juan was shocked. He stared at the blood immortal and said in a deep voice, "Are you serious? How do you know all this?" The blood immortal looked confused and said, "I don't know. When I saw these blood whales, I couldn't help but think of this secret technique. It's like it's innate in my memory. Don't worry, master. I'm not lying to you." Juan's eyes narrowed. He knew that this secret technique was probably the inherited technique of the Blood Demon clan. The Blood Immortal's predecessor was a blood demon, which was the clan closest to the ancient blood demons. Even if Juan erased her memory, the inherited memory might still be in the depths of her mind. Okay, with that, Juan made a gesture with his right hand. Suddenly, a huge pale dragon shadow appeared on the surface of the Black Dragon Palace. Then, the pale dragon carried the Black Dragon Palace and set off waves of the Blood Sea. It swept toward the blood whales that had fallen into the Blood Sea. Very quickly, Juan arrived in front of one of the blood whales. This blood whale was extremely large. At this moment, it was sealed by a Buddhist seal and had fallen into a deep sleep. Juan did not hesitate to open the door of the hall and put it into the Azure Dragon Square. Whoosh, whoosh. After taking the blood whale, Juan didn't slow down. He continued to sweep toward the rest of the blood whales. When Juan put away the 9th blood whale, a terrifying tremor spread throughout the space of flesh walls. Juan raised his head abruptly. Above the Blood Sea, the flesh wall above the Dojan Buddha demon saint had been blasted open by him. The hole was at least a few hundred feet wide. Endless blood poured down from the hole. It looked extremely mighty. "Little friend, follow me closely. I'll take you out of here." The voice of the fighting Buddha demon saint rang in Juan's mind. Then, the fighting Buddha demon saint, who was floating in the air, stepped on the air and swept into the hole above. What made Juan's pupil shrink was that the hole was being covered by the surrounding flesh walls at an extremely fast speed. In just a breath's time, 1/3 of the hole had been healed. "Let's go," Juan roared. He didn't care about the rest of the blood whales in the Blood Sea. He controlled the Black Dragon Palace and rushed into the hole above with a whoosh. After the fighting Buddha demon saint had made a huge hole in the flesh wall, the entire smoke whale's body began to go crazy. Countless flesh walls began to become chaotic. Waves of terrifying tremors came from the smoke whale's body. On the 12th level, a beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged in the dark space. She suddenly opened her eyes and muttered to herself, "Oh no." Then, she took a step and disappeared from the 12th level. This was a vast and distant blood-red tunnel. Both sides of the tunnel were covered with dense, blood-red veins. At this moment, the tunnel was pulsating rapidly. There were even blood-red tentacles that often swept out from both sides of the tunnel. Sometimes, there were even acidic fluids that were spurting out from the top of the tunnel. Whether it was the blood-red tentacles or the acidic fluids, they could easily kill an ordinary earthly immortal. Fortunately, Juan was following closely behind the Dojan Buddha demon sage. With the Dojan Buddha demon sage leading the way, Juan had a much easier time. The Dojan Buddha demon sage had basically cleared all the obstacles in front of him. This is the esophagus of the smoke whale. Be careful of the gastric acid that gushes out. The gastric acid of this smoke whale is very terrifying. Even celestial immortals may not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, you have the Azure Dragon Palace, but you still can't let your guard down. Don't take it too seriously. The fighting Buddha demon saint reminded in a deep voice as he glanced at the Black Dragon Palace behind him. Juan nodded slightly and immediately said, "Since this is the esophagus of the smoke whale, does it mean that if I follow this esophagus, I will be able to reach the mouth of the smoke whale? Then, I will be able to leave this place?" In theory, yes. However, from my observations over the past 10,000 years, the smoke whale is still in a deep sleep. Even if you reach the mouth, You will have to pry open the mouth of the smoke whale in order to get out, the fighting Buddha demon saint said in a deep voice. After that, the two of them, one in front and one behind, looked at each other in silence. After about a few days, the fighting Buddha demon saint suddenly said with a slight fluctuation in his voice, "We are almost there. I can feel it." Splash! Zhuan's eyes were also filled with hope. However, soon, the sound of surging water attracted Zhuan's attention. "What is that sound?" Zhuan asked in surprise. Of course, as soon as he finished asking, a pungent stench suddenly surged up from below, causing Zhuan to feel dizzy. Immediately, Zhuan discovered that there was a stream of green liquid rushing up from below at an extremely fast speed. Damn it, it is the acid of the smoke whale. Although this beast is in a deep sleep, it still has some consciousness. It knows that we have left this place, so it is controlling the acid in its body to stop us. The fighting Buddha demon saint's eyes were gloomy. He took a step forward and stood in front of Zhuan. Then he suddenly clasped his hands together. The Buddhist commandment blade, which was shining with Buddhist light, and the demon blade, which was shining with demonic light, merged together and turned into a strange long blade with alternating black and golden light. The long blade's aura was extremely vast. Even though it was quietly suspended in the air, the surrounding space still collapsed because of the long blade. It could be seen that the blade was extraordinary and terrifying. Slash! The fighting Buddha demon saint raised the blade in his right hand and suddenly raised it up. Suddenly, a blade light, which was mixed with Buddha and demon shadows, rushed out and bombarded the acid that was surging up. Bang! 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 Wherever the blade light passed, the acid was cut into nothingness. However, the flesh wall around the esophagus wriggled violently. More and more acid rushed up from the bottom, one after another. Although the blade light was terrifying, it could not withstand such a huge amount of acid. In just a moment, the blade light was completely submerged by the acid and continued to rush toward Zhuan with irresistible force. The Dojan Buddha demon saint had a serious look on his face. He said to Zhuan, "Little friend, go to the mouth of the smoke whale first. The suction force of the acid is very strong. With your strength, even if you have the Azure Dragon Palace, you will definitely be swept into the stomach by the acid. By then, you will have no hope of escaping. I will block the acid for you first. I will meet you at the mouth later." Zhuan was stunned. He immediately looked at the back of the fighting Buddha demon saint and cupped his hands gratefully. He said, "Thank you, Senior." Chapter 17:26. Queen Zhuan was extremely fast. After about an hour, he rushed out of the esophagus and rushed to the mouth of the Luo Yin whale. The mouth area of the Luo Yin whale was huge. At a glance, it was covered with dark red flesh walls. Zhuan even saw sharp white teeth at the edge of the flesh walls. As soon as he entered the mouth, he could smell an unconcealable stench, causing him to frown slightly. However, it was much better than the acid that surged up from the stomach. Not long after Zhuan entered, a low roar suddenly came from behind him. Immediately, the Dojan Buddha demon saint took a step forward and rushed to not far behind Zhuan. At the same time, the Dojan Buddha demon saint made several seals in the void at his throat. Suddenly, the power of Buddha and demon burst out from his palms and formed a golden and black array at his throat. Puff, puff, puff. The moment the array was formed, the acid rushed up and hit the array, causing a rather ear-piercing muffled sound. The impact of the acid was extremely strong. However, the Dojan Buddha demon saint was not someone to be trifled with. He continuously pinched his right palm, and thousands of Buddhist seals flew out. They formed a swastika symbol in the void and imprinted on the formation. Instantly, the formation became even more resilient. For a moment, no matter how strong the impact of the acid was, it was still blocked by the array. This Luo Yin whale is really difficult to deal with. Even if it is in a deep sleep, it is still so relentless. If it wakes up, it will be even more troublesome. The Dojan Buddha demon, Saint said to himself with a sigh. Zhuan stared at the Dojan Buddha demon, Saint, and immediately asked, Senior, this should be the mouth of the Luo Yin whale. However, the Luo Yin whale should be unusual. Do you really plan to wake it up? The Dojan Buddha demon, Saint patted his bald head and said, This is the only way now. If we don't make the Luo Yin whale open its mouth, we can't get out at all. Little friend, I still don't know your name. I am Zhuan. What is Senior's name? Zhuan looked at the fighting Buddha demon sage. He knew that the fighting Buddha demon sage should be an honorific. As for his real name, it was naturally not the fighting Buddha demon sage. My Dharma name is Shurji. As for my name, even I have forgotten it. The fighting Buddha demon Saint smiled faintly. Zhuan nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaohei suddenly shot out from between his brows and floated in front of the fighting Buddha demon sage. Baldy Shurji, the smoke whale, is too terrifying. Are you planning to harm us by awakening it? Once the smoke whale awakens and charges into the Central Plains, it will definitely be a great calamity for the Central Plains, Xiaohei said coldly. You are the Abyss Holy Dragon? He never thought that he would be able to meet an old friend here. Also, wasn't this little fellow's luck too great? Not only does he have the Azure Dragon Hall of the Azure Dragon Taoist, but he also has an existence like you assisting him. The Dojan Buddha demon, Saint suddenly turned solemn. He sized Zhuan up and down with a cautious gaze. Actually, most people were not particularly clear about the origin of the Abyss Holy Dragon. He did not know much about it either. However, he knew that the Abyss Holy Dragon was definitely not an ordinary existence in the ancient times. In that era, the Abyss Holy Dragon's strength might not be able to defeat the fighting Buddha demon sage. However, in the ancient times, as long as the Abyss Holy Dragon was mentioned, most forces would tremble in fear. The reason for this was that the Abyss Holy Dragon had the backing of a terrifying figure that the entire continent feared. This person was called Sangjia. In the ancient times, Sangjia was hailed as the most powerful person in the continent by many sages. The fighting Buddha demon sage did not know the exact cultivation of this person. However, he knew that this person's cultivation must have reached the divine transformation realm. In the catastrophe 10,000 years ago, the war was extremely fierce and involved all the experts in the continent. Sangjia also participated in that war. The war was too terrifying. The fighting Buddha demon sage did not know what the outcome was. This was because before the war reached its climax, he was hit by a giant hand and almost died. Even his Buddha demon eye was shattered and was later swallowed into the stomach of the fog whale. The fighting Buddha demon sage was actually not very clear about what happened after that. Without a doubt, the Abyss Saint Dragon was an extremely prideful existence. Although the Abyss Saint Dragon was only left with an incomplete spiritual body, the Dojan Buddha demon, Saint knew that the Abyss Saint Dragon's pride was ingrained in its bones. It was precisely because of this arrogance that the Abyss Holy Dragon would not casually attach itself to anyone. However, the Abyss Holy Dragon actually attached itself to the body of the young man in front of him. It did not seem to show any signs of rejection. The fighting Buddha demon sage was naturally quite surprised. Therefore, at this moment, the fighting Buddha demon sage also realized that the young man in front of him was not simple. It was also the first time he began to take Zhuan seriously. It's not that he is too lucky, but that everything is destined by the heavens. Otherwise, do you think this dragon lore will follow him? Xiaohei said coldly with his paws crossed in front of his chest. The fighting Buddha demon sage's pupils shrank slightly. He stared at Xiaohei and said, "You mean this is the will of that lord?" Xiaohei waved his hand and said, "You can understand it that way. However, it's best that you don't ask too much about this matter. I want to ask you, do you really intend to use such a barbaric method to get out? Waking up the fog whale is not a joke. Back then, Master went through untold hardships to put the fog whale into a deep sleep. However, You actually plan to wake it up? Are you trying to kill everyone in the continent? Shiji scratched his bald head. He pointed at the surroundings and said, "Then tell me, if we don't wake up the fog whale, how are we going to get out?" Xiaohei snorted coldly and said, "Other than the mouth of the fog whale, there is another exit. That is where the fog whale is released. However, that place is the core of the fog whale. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to find it. Since we are already here, do we still have to go back the way we came to find the place where the fog whale is released?" Shiji said with a frown. As soon as Shiji finished speaking, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Then he suddenly shouted behind him, "Who is it? Do you think that I don't know who you are hiding in the dark?" Zhuowen's pupils shrank and his entire body tensed up. He actually did not notice that there was someone here. If it were not for Shiji's reminder, he probably would not have known that there was someone hiding here. However, Shiji's response was a period of silence. It was as if there was no one hiding here, as he had said. "You don't want to come out? Fine, I'll come and find you." Shiji laughed coldly. Then he walked towards a white sharp tooth on his left. "You don't have to come over. I'll come out." A clear and cold voice sounded. Immediately, ripples appeared on the surface of the white teeth, and a beautiful figure slowly stepped out from the ripples. This was a woman with a rather hot figure. However, this woman was wearing a black and white circle mask on her face, so her true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, judging from her figure and temperament, this woman's appearance was beautiful even if it was not devastatingly beautiful. As soon as this woman appeared, her pair of watery eyes fell on Zhuowen in a daze. Her gaze contained a complicated expression. This woman's gaze naturally could not escape Zhuowen's notice. Especially when he noticed the complicated expression on this woman's face, he was rather puzzled. He did not know why this woman would reveal such a strange expression. "It seems that you are the current queen of the fog whale." Xiaohei looked at the woman from head to toe and said indifferently. Zhuowen revealed a look of understanding. He had heard about the queen from the black-robed woman before. It seemed that what the black-robed woman said was true. Speaking of the black-robed woman, if it were not for the Buddha demon leading him into the flesh wall space, the black-robed woman would have stepped into the magic array of the 11th floor. Now that he thought about it, if that magic array was really the exit with the character of the fighting Buddha demon saint, he would definitely say it. However, the fighting Buddha demon saint did not say anything. Instead, he followed the fog whale's esophagus all the way to its mouth, intending to force his way out. It could be seen that the magic array mentioned by the black-robed woman was most likely fake. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a cold light. There was no need to guess that the other side of the magic array was not a good place. It seemed that the abnormal movement of the Buddha demon should be a warning to him. The woman glanced at Xiaohei indifferently. She did not admit or deny it, and continued, "I can take you to where the fog whale is and let you leave this place." The fighting Buddha demon saint and Xiaohei narrowed their eyes at the same time. Xiaohei sneered, "You are so kind. After all, we are intruders. Are you going to give up a free energy source like the fighting Buddha demon saint? I don't believe it." The woman sighed softly and said, "I'm the previous queen, and I haven't completely mastered the smoke whale. If you rashly awaken the smoke whale, it won't do you any good either. This is why I'm going to let you go." As for the fighting Buddha demon saint, it was the first queen who arranged for him. "It has nothing to do with me. I just don't want to cause unnecessary trouble now, so I intend to let you leave. Of course, if you're still not satisfied, even if I haven't completely mastered the energy inside the smoke whale, I'll still risk my life and perish with you. We'll all go our separate ways and perish together." For a moment, both sides fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense and strange. "Then we will believe you for now. If you are not sincere at all, with our lineup, you may not be able to trap us." Xiaohei nodded. The queen sneered and said, "Don't worry, I can't wait for you to leave. Now come with me." With that, the queen turned and entered the white teeth behind her. It was as if she did not particularly care about Xiaohei and the other two. "Let's go in too," Xiaohei said. With that, the fighting Buddha demon saint also walked in. Zhuan followed closely behind. The moment he approached the white teeth, Zhuan felt a slight ripple on the surface of the teeth. Then, his right hand entered the teeth without any hindrance. It seems that there is some kind of camouflage on top. Chapter 1727. The king does not know his concubine. What appeared in front of Zhuan was a deep passage made of flesh. The queen was walking quietly in front of him, with the Dojan Buddha demon saint following closely behind. Zhuan also brought Xiaohe with him, as he did not want to be outdone. The passage was quite strange, as it was surrounded by blood-red whirlpools. When Zhuan took a step forward, he felt as if he had teleported. It was as if he had taken a very long step forward. The three of them were silent as they walked in the passage for half a day. Zhuan squinted his eyes as he realized that there was an extremely thick gray fog in front of him. This gray fog. Zhuan felt that this gray fog was very similar to the gray fog that he had seen above the Shattered Memories swamp. The only difference was that the gray fog above the swamp was much thinner, while the gray fog here was much thicker and darker. This should be the Luo Yin, which is also the signature feature of the Luo Yin whale. This Luo Yin whale has an extremely strong hallucinogenic effect. Of course, it also has a highly toxic effect. If an ordinary person accidentally comes into contact with this Luo Yin whale, they would immediately lose themselves and die. Xiaohe said in a deep voice. Also, the gray fog above the Shattered Memories swamp might have something to do with this Luo Yin whale's Luo Yin whale. It's just that I didn't think about it in detail at that time. Zhuan nodded and immediately mobilized the saint energy in his body. He sealed off his 5 senses and stepped into the gray fog. The gravity of the gray fog was much stronger than the outside world. When Zhuan first entered, his body swayed a little. However, he quickly regained his balance. However, the Luo Yin whale's penetrative power was extremely strong. Although Zhuan had sealed off his 5 senses, the Luo Yin whale still adhered to the surface of Zhuan's skin. Zhuan only felt a piercing pain. He saw that the Luo Yin whale that adhered to the surface of his skin had condensed into thin needles and was about to pierce into Zhuan's body. Zhuan's face turned pale. He immediately summoned the soul-devouring lava river and used the devouring power of the lava to devour the Luo Yin whale that permeated his body. Just as Zhuan was tired of dealing with the Luo Yin whale around him, a beautiful figure suddenly swept to his side. Luo Yin whale's Luo Yin whale translation. Zhuan's whale's Luo Yin whale. Luo Yin whale. Luo Yin whale. Zhuo Wen's heart relaxed, and then he stared at the queen in surprise. He didn't expect that the queen would suddenly appear by his side and help him disperse the surrounding smoke. Perhaps sensing Zhuo Wen's astonished gaze, the queen's beautiful eyes turned slightly as she lightly said, "Once the Luo Yin enters your body, it will leave behind hidden dangers." Since I promised to take you out, I naturally won't let anything happen to you. Now you wail now. With that, the queen naturally took Zhuan's right hand and walked forward slowly. When Shiji saw this scene, he scratched his head and did not suspect anything. Instead, it was Xiaohe who narrowed her eyes and stared coldly at the queen's back. Zhuan frowned slightly, but he did not reject the queen's actions. However, he was extremely puzzled in his heart. When he thought back to the queen's complicated gaze when she first appeared, he faintly felt that the queen's attitude towards him was somewhat different. The deeper they went, the denser the Luo smoke became. However, these Luo smoke seemed to be extremely fearful of the queen. Wherever the queen passed, they would retreat. Whoosh, whoosh. About an hour later, Zhuan discovered that the Luo Yin in front of him had become even denser. Furthermore, the Luo Yin in front of him had actually formed a huge whirlpool of air that was constantly rotating. This whirlpool of air swept upwards in a counterclockwise direction. At the end of the Qi pillar was a dark void. This Qi pillar led to the outside world. The outside world is at the end of the chi pillar. Let me send you out of here." The queen waved her jade-like hand. Suddenly, the whirlpool of air that was constantly rotating suddenly stopped. Then, the queen rolled up her sleeves, and the chi pillar suddenly collapsed. "Looks like you've kept your promise." The Dojan Buddha demon, sage, cupped his fists and immediately leaped up. He directly jumped out of the void above and quickly disappeared from this place. "Are you still not leaving?" The queen turned around and asked Zhuowen, who was behind her. Zhuowen looked deeply at the queen in front of him and suddenly said, "Have we met before?" The queen was stunned, and a rare trace of panic appeared in her eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure and shook her head. "No." Zhuowen was silent for a moment. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your help. Goodbye." After speaking, Zhuowen did not linger. He took a step forward and left this place. After Zhuowen left, the chi pillar that was originally stagnant was regenerated and spewed upwards. The queen's beautiful eyes looked at the void that was filled by the chi pillar again and sighed. "You don't recognize me, but I recognize you. The next time we meet, maybe you can recognize me." A faint voice reverberated in the pillar of air. The voice was filled with a faint sadness, like an injured lamb licking its wounds in a remote corner. After flying out of the void, Zhuowen realized that the void was actually the Luo Yin whale's jet. At this moment, as soon as Zhuowen walked out of the void, a surging chi pillar was once again spewed out. Then, a thick gray fog covered the Luo Yin whale's huge body. "Zhuowen, follow me." As soon as Zhuowen came out, Shiji placed his right hand on Zhuowen's shoulder. Immediately, the surrounding space was distorted. When Zhuowen came out, he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. Teleportation? Zhuowen had a look of understanding. The middle-aged man who called himself the Divine Master had also used this teleportation divine ability before. The distance he could teleport in an instant was much further than teleportation. In an instant, he could travel hundreds of thousands of miles. Standing in the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, Zhuowen stared at the gray fog in front of him. In the gray fog, there was a huge black shadow looming. Zhuowen knew that the black shadow should be the Luo Yin whale. As the gray fog became thicker, Zhuowen even had an illusion that the gray fog had merged with the surrounding void. The black shadow he saw was no longer there, but a void. The Luo Yin whale has the ability to cause hallucinations and hallucinations. It seems that Xiaohe was right. Zhuowen looked at the Luo Yin whale that was hidden in the void because of the Luo Yin whale. Then, he looked around and found that there were huge fragments of continents floating in the void. "It seems that I'm still in the broken centipede abyss," Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. "Zhuowen, this is my communication jade token. It contains my divine sense brand. I promised you that if you save me, I'll fight for you 3 times. This communication jade token can be used 3 times. After 3 times, it will break, so use it carefully." Shiji passed the golden jade token to Zhuowen in a rather cautious manner, and then he continued. "This communication jade token contains my strongest immortal art, Buddha Inquires and Devil Transformations. This immortal art is divided into 2 parts. One is Buddha Inquires, and the other is Devil Transformations. Its might can't be underestimated." Speaking of this, Shiji seemed to be a little apologetic. After all, Zhuowen came with the Buddha demon eye and released him. It was not right for him to take back the Buddha demon eye. "Zhuowen, I see that your cultivation has reached the heaven-defying saint realm. Although you're still far from the earthly immortal realm, you're not far from the half-immortal realm. I will personally help you to reach the half-immortal realm." After saying that, Shiji bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. After that, he pointed the sword finger of his right hand at the blood essence that he had spat out. Then, he brought the blood essence into Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen opened his eyes. The moment the blood essence entered his body, he felt a vigorous and vast power enter his body from the space between his eyebrows, causing his aura to reach an incredible level. Moreover, Shiji's blood essence was like a snake. It followed Zhuan's meridians and swept into the origin core in his dantian. At this moment, the origin core, which was overflowing with golden light, was stained with blood. Traces of cracks appeared on it, and the cracks grew bigger and bigger. They spread to more than half of the origin core's surface area, and then stopped spreading. Zhuan knew very well that once the origin core was completely shattered, it would completely transform into a primordial spirit. At that time, he would naturally be able to advance to the earthly immortal realm. However, his foundation was still not enough. Even Shiji's blood essence could only push his cultivation to the half-immortal realm. After more than half of the origin core was cracked, the saint energy in his dantian rushed into the origin core. When all the saint energy in his dantian had rushed into the origin core, milky white celestial core power began to erupt from the cracks in the origin core. Without a doubt, celestial core power was much more scarce than saint energy. However, its quality far surpassed saint energy. When Shiji slowly retracted his sword finger, his eyes showed some fatigue. After all, he had used his own blood essence to forcibly raise Zhuan's cultivation to the half-immortal realm. This method of forcibly raising one's cultivation did not have any side effects. It could be said that Shiji's method was extremely benevolent. Therefore, when Zhuan discovered his own condition, he quickly bowed to Shiji and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your selfless gift, Senior Shiji." Shiji waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say that. You've already done me a great favor by releasing me from the fog whale. Moreover, I've also rudely retracted the demon Buddha eye. In fact, I've taken advantage of you." After saying that, Shiji looked around and said, "Zhuan, do you plan to go out with me now?" Zhuan shook his head and said, "I don't plan to go out now. I plan to go out later." Shiji nodded and said, "I still have some doubts from back then. I want to go out and verify them. Therefore, I'll take my leave first. If you need anything, you can use the communication jade token to summon me. I can teleport to your side in a short time." "I understand," Zhuan said in a deep voice. Shiji nodded and then took a step in the air. The space around him instantly distorted, and he disappeared from Zhuan's sight. "I'm afraid that the Wind and Thunder clan and the Ice and Fire clan have already found out about Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian's deaths. I'm afraid that I'm now wanted by those two clans. Moreover, the divine battle that the middle-aged man spoke of is definitely not simple. It's not good for me to go out rashly." Zhuan's eyes flickered. He'd gained a lot this time, and there were some things that he hadn't had the time to digest. He planned to digest all of them before going out. At that time, unless the ancestors of the Wind and Thunder clan and the Ice and Fire clan personally came, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Chapter 1728. Blood Substitution Methodjua, when randomly picked a fragment of a continent and found a rather powerful restriction on it. He used the Devouring Curse restriction to repair it and make it even more powerful. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Shiji had just used his own essence blood to raise his cultivation to the half-immortal level. If he didn't stabilize it, it would affect his foundation in the future. 3 months later, Zhuan slowly opened his eyes, and cracking sounds could be heard coming from his body. Soon after, an extremely overbearing hurricane swept out from his body. His aura had also increased slightly, and his cultivation had completely stabilized at the half-immortal realm. Moreover, Zhuan had also used these 3 months to absorb all the sane energy in his dantian into his primary core, allowing it to brew into powerful celestial core power. Therefore, the sane energy in Zhuan's dantian had long since disappeared and was filled with celestial core power. Of course, the amount of immortal core power in his dantian was still not comparable to that of an earth immortal. However, with immortal core power, Zhuan's immortal core power was much more powerful than before. This was the benefit of immortal core power. It's only been 3 months. This time, I have gained a lot from the smoke whale. Among them, the immortal corpses and blood whales were unexpected surprises. Speaking of this, Zhuowen waved his sleeve. Immediately, he took out hundreds of immortal corpses and the 9 blood whales sealed by the Buddha seal. Of course, he also let the blood immortal out. Zhuowen stared at the blood immortal and said lightly, "You said before that the blood whale can be my substitute and can die for me once?" The blood immortal nodded and said, "I do have memories about this in my memory. This secret technique is called the blood substitution technique. But the prerequisite of this secret technique is that it must be a creature with enough blood power. The blood power of this blood whale is even denser than that of the blood sea. It can definitely perform the blood substitution technique." Speaking of this, the blood immortal sized up Zhuowen and said, "The success rate of this blood substitution method is not very high." "So, the success rate is not high?" Zhuowen coldly glanced at the blood immortal and continued, "You must succeed in one of these 9 blood whales, or else I will let you taste the taste of regret." The blood immortal's gaze turned cold. However, after meeting Zhuowen's cold gaze, she shrunk her neck and didn't dare to say more. She quickly said, "Master is right. I will definitely succeed." Speaking of this, the blood immortal rubbed her hands and said with a flattering smile, "Master, if one succeeds, and there is still some left, can you give the rest of the blood whale to the blood disciple to absorb for cultivation?" Zhuowen glanced at the blood immortal and said, "Sure. As long as you can successfully make one, I can give you the rest." To Zhuowen, an item that could replace one's life was definitely an extremely precious item. After all, to a cultivator, especially a powerful cultivator, life could be said to be priceless. Joy filled the blood immortal's eyes. Under Zhuowen's guidance, the blood immortal flew to the 9 blood whales that had been placed to the side. Then, he randomly chose a blood whale and began to silently form a seal. Blood lightning filled the air and immediately enveloped the blood whale. Zhuowen silently watched for a while. Then, he separated his mental energy doppelganger and let it watch the blood immortal refine the blood whale. Meanwhile, his eyes shined as he looked at the hundreds of immortal corpses on the other side. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and swept an immortal corpse over. Then, his right hand reached into the immortal corpse's abdomen and pulled. An extremely weak primordial spirit was pulled out. The primordial spirit in Zhuowen's hand was dim and lifeless. It even had a dull expression like a numb puppet. Moreover, the primordial spirit had shrunk to the size of half a palm. Looking at the shrunken primordial spirit in his hand, Zhuowen frowned. He didn't expect the primordial spirit in the immortal corpse to be so weak. It was as if it could collapse and disappear at any time. This primordial spirit is too weak. I'm afraid it will collapse during the process of making the primordial spirit bomb. If this primordial spirit bomb is made with this primordial spirit, it will definitely collapse. Zhuowen frowned. "Let's try that method." Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand. Instantly, he used the devouring curse to create a palm-sized black whirlpool. Then, the primordial spirit was immediately sucked into the black whirlpool. At the same time, Zhuowen grabbed another immortal corpse and withdrew his primordial spirit from its dantian. Without a doubt, the primordial spirit of this immortal corpse was still shrunken to the point of being only the size of half a palm. Zhuowen was expressionless as he continued to control the black whirlpool to suck in the primordial spirit. Zhuowen grabbed immortal corpses one after another and sucked their primordial spirits into the black whirlpool. After absorbing about 100 immortal corpses' primordial spirits, the black whirlpool emitted a terrifying aura. Zhuowen's eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. Zhuowen waved his sleeve. Under his control, the black whirlpool slowly dissipated. A palm-sized primordial spirit with a powerful aura appeared in his palm. Because the primordial spirits in the immortal corpses were too weak, Zhuowen used the devouring curse to forcefully fuse the primordial spirits of the immortal corpses together. In the end, he succeeded. The primordial spirit's aura was extremely powerful. It was even slightly stronger than the primordial spirits of Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian. If the primordial spirits of these immortal corpses can be fused together, can I fuse all the remaining primordial spirits together? The primordial spirit formed in the end will be extremely powerful. Then, won't the primordial spirit bomb be extremely powerful? Zhuowen's eyes lit up as this crazy idea suddenly rose in his mind. Let's give it a try. Zhuowen was extremely decisive. Since he had thought of it, he naturally wanted to give it a try. Then, he continued to use the devouring curse to absorb the remaining primordial spirits of the immortal corpses. When all the primordial spirits of the immortal corpses were fused together, the size of the primordial spirit in Zhuowen's hand did not change. However, its aura made Zhuowen's expression change. The primordial spirit's aura was far beyond the scope of an earthly immortal. According to Zhuowen's estimation, the primordial spirit's aura was probably comparable to a peak earthly immortal. If it could be refined into a primordial spirit bomb, one could imagine how terrifying its power would be. Then, let's begin the refinement. Zhuowen took a deep breath. The primordial spirit's aura was extremely strong. It was definitely the strongest he had ever seen in his life. If it could be refined into a primordial spirit bomb, it would probably completely surpass the primordial spirit bomb refined by Jiang Zuomei's primordial spirit and become his strongest trump card. Time gradually passed, and another 3 months passed. During these 3 months, Zhuowen spent almost all of his attention on refining the primordial spirit bomb. There was no doubt that this primordial spirit was fused with the primordial spirits of hundreds of immortal corpses. Therefore, the process of refining the primordial spirit bomb became extremely difficult. The most difficult part came from the deep resentment of these primordial spirits. Zhuowen spent most of his time refining these resentment. Therefore, he delayed for 3 months before finally refining the primordial spirit into a primordial spirit bomb. When the primordial spirit bomb was completely refined, Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the primordial spirit bomb in his palm, and his eyes were full of passion. The aura that flowed out from the primordial spirit bomb made even Zhuowen tremble. He could totally imagine the power that would be produced once the primordial spirit bomb was detonated. It was enough to shake the heavens and earth. He carefully put away the primordial spirit bomb. Now, he named the only 2 primordial spirit bombs on him as the big primordial spirit bomb and the small primordial spirit bomb to distinguish the 2 primordial spirit bombs. After Zhuowen put away the primordial spirit bomb, the blood immortal suddenly ran over from the other side in a hurry. Her face was full of excitement. Master, it's a success. The small blood disciple has succeeded. The blood immortal rushed to the front of Zhuowen. She held a blood pill in her hand and handed it to Zhuowen. She said with an expression of wanting to be praised, Master, I finally succeeded in the blood substitution death method. Zhuowen's eyes focused. He immediately looked at the blood pill in the blood immortal's hand carefully. He then held it in his hand and found that the surface of the blood pill was covered with dense blood patterns. These blood patterns were very complicated, like the veins of a human body. The moment the blood pill was in his hand, Zhuowen could clearly feel that his heart was beating faster. This made Zhuowen curious. He looked at the blood immortal and asked, How do I use this blood pill? The blood immortal grinned and said, It's very simple. Master, you only need to drip a drop of your life essence blood on the blood pill. Then, the blood pill will connect with your heart. If your body dies accidentally, then the blood pill can resurrect you. But you need to put the blood pill in a secret place. Because if your body dies, your soul will be born from the blood pill. At that time, the blood pill's surging blood force will rebuild your body. I see. Zhuo nodded. There was a hint of passion in his eyes. If the blood pill really had the effect of resurrecting a substitute, it would be an extremely incredible thing for him. After all, with the blood pill, it was equivalent to having an extra life. With his eyes flashing, Zhuowen pointed between his eyebrows with his right hand and extracted a drop of life essence blood. Then, under his guidance, he dripped it into the blood pill. Suddenly, the surface of the blood pill emitted a blazing red light. Then, Joan found that after the blood pill absorbed the life essence blood, the meridians on the surface of the blood pill became clearer, as if they were the meridians of the human body. Moreover, these meridians were slowly beating. Moreover, Joan also began to have a very intimate feeling with the blood pill. It was as if the blood pill in front of him was his second life. Putting away the blood pill, Joan looked quite satisfied. Then, he looked at the blood immortal and asked, "How many blood whales are left?" The blood immortal smiled and said, "There are 2 blood whales left. I failed 6 times to refine the blood pill. I succeeded on the 7th try." Joan nodded and said, "Then you can have the remaining 2 blood whales. This thing should have a great effect on you. I won't take it from you." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.